to Norbrock Stadium, baseball fans, here on this sunny Saturday in Kamloops, British Columbia. You've got your TRU WolfPack taking on the visiting UFV Cascades here in CCBC action, the third series of the season. Second series for UFV, who currently sit in sixth place in the CCBC with a 1-2 record. I believe they had a bye last series or last weekend. Your TRU WolfPack sitting in fourth with a 5-3 record, of course, after sweeping Victoria in the opening series, and then last weekend dropping 3 of 4 to the Calgary Dinos to bring their season's record to 5-3. Zach Robinson on the mound for TRU here today. It is a beautiful day here in Kamloops. Official temperature is 13 degrees, but when you're in the sun, it feels like it's even warmer. A stark contrast to what we have experienced the last couple of weekends. The light breeze from my right to left, as you can see on the flags on top of the scoreboard on the right-hand side of your screen. We hope you're enjoying your Easter weekend. Happy Easter, everyone. And Zach Robinson and the TRU WolfPack looking to get off on a winning foot against their arch rival from UFV. Of course, UFV, a perennial powerhouse in the CCBC, at least for the last many, many years, usually at the top of the standings. Last year, these two teams actually met in the playoffs in what ended up being back-to-back games. It was TRU who ended up eliminating UFV from the CCWS, and winning that game put the WolfPack into the finals, of course, against the Okanagan College squad, who ended up going on to breaking TRU fans' hearts and winning the CCWS. Here, UFV will start with a left-handed hitter at the plate. That's going to be a foul ball down the third base line. WolfPack, as you can see, sporting their brown uniforms with the orange pinstripes. This can be a check swing foul ball down the first baseline. So Robinson quickly up 0-2 on the UFV batter. They'll be in the dirt for ball one. UFV with their 1-3 record against, I believe it was the Edmonton Collegiate Hawks who they played in the opening series of the season. It'll be just lower inside for ball two. A new umpire. I think this is the first time we've had this umpire behind the plate this season, so Robinson and the WolfPack will have to get used to his strike zone here. 2-2 the count. And that's going to be in there for strike three, and that new umpire will ring up the left-handed hitter. That left-handed hitter, number 8 for UFV, stood there in disbelief, not agreeing with the call, apparently. It's going to be nice. It's going to be a line drive over the head of Ryan Petrie, but not today, says the big first baseman as he goes up, climbs up the ladder, and gets that ball into his glove for the second out of the inning. So just like that, the WolfPack have 2 away here, and UFV will send another left-handed hitter, number 55, to the plate. Robinson's first pitch in for strike one. Be a swing and a miss. Robinson quickly up 0-2 on the UFV batter. Looks like it's Keegan Drinkle. It's going to be a ground ball foul down the first baseline, keeping the count at 0-2 with 2 away here in the top of the first. Score currently tied at 0. Drinkle having a good season in the season series, in the opening season series against, I believe, it was Edmonton. He was 6 for 13, so hitting .461 with 3 RBIs coming into this game. It's going to be a high fly ball to right field. Right fielder Jared Sucre will camp underneath it just short of the track. He'll make the catch, and that will retire the side. As Zach Robinson and the TRU WolfPack trot off the field, they'll hit the sticks here into the bottom of the first with the WolfPack and UFV squad tied 0-0. Welcome back to Norbrock Stadium here. Bottom of the first inning, it'll be Carter Spencer, the TRU shortstop, leading off for the WolfPack here. WolfPack able to hold the Cascades to 3 up, 3 down in the top of the first. And they'll look to get things going offensively here. That'll be high or inside for ball 1. Inside edge. Spencer nods in agreement, so he sees the first pitch from the UFV pitcher, who is Cam Sparrowhawk. Right-handed chucker for UFV. That'll be in the dirt for ball 2, so 1-2 the count to Spencer. Looks like Sparrowhawk got 3 1/3 action in the only other series that UFV has played in. Registered 4 strikeouts in those 3+ innings. That'll be outside, so Spencer gets the count to 3 balls and 1 strike. Spencer hitting .413 on the season after the first 2 series with 8 RBIs. I know he's got 8 or 9 walks sprinkled in there, I think. That's going to be high, and he'll gain another walk here to start the game. And he'll trot down to first base with right fielder Jared Sucro coming to the plate. Be high for ball 1 to Sucro. It'll be a check swing. It's going to be a chop towards second base. He'll have a play at second, but they won't be able to go across for the double play. So 1 away on the fielder's choice. Spencer will trot off the field. Nothing he can do about that. That was a check swing that hopped right towards the second baseman. Sucro does get to first, so that'll bring designated hitter Manny Recchi, the left-handed Wolfpack hitter, to the plate. Strike 1 to Recchi. It's going to be a pickoff attempt, and Sucro will get back in plenty of time. It's going to be put back to the screen, so Recchi quickly down 0-2 in the count. And big swing and a miss, so Recchi goes down swinging on 3 pitches. And the Cascade have 2 out here in the bottom of the first. The Wolfpack with a runner on first. Catcher Lucas Miracle to the plate. It's going to be a line drive past the second baseman. That'll get Sucro to second. He'll round second and hold up. He'll actually scramble back to the bag as the throw comes in. So Miracle continues his hot ways. Having a great season here early on. And he'll be replaced on first base with a designated runner, as they do in the CCBC with the catchers. And that'll be Brendan Grant coming in to run for Miracle. And Miracle literally batting .500 after the first 2 series. He's a catcher, so he doesn't play every game. He does fill in at designated hitter every so often. So he's probably played 6 or 7 of the 8 games here that the Wolfpack have played in the first 2 series, and 10 for 20 so far. And he'll be represented on first base by the designated runner Brendan Grant, Jared Sucro on second, and with 2 out here in the bottom of the first baseman Ryan Petrie will come to the plate for TRU. Petrie will watch strike 1 come across the plate. A swing's going to go up the middle. It's going to, a nice play by the shortstop who comes across, makes a diving play on the grounder. That would have probably had Sucro at least rounding third and trying to score, but the shortstop, Logan Rogers, does a nice job to prevent that ball from getting through, and he'll then make the easy force at second to end the inning. Going into the top of the second, TRU and UFV remain tied at 0. Nicholas Cleland, the UFB third baseman, leading off the inning here for the Cascades. He'll watch ball one outside. Zach Robinson back on the mound for TRU. Robinson, who has pitched 9 2/3 innings for the Wolfpack here in the first two series of the season. Had a bit of an unorthodox series last weekend against Calgary. Has 8 strikeouts. And he's looking for the outside edge of that plate but can't find it and is down 3 balls, no strikes to Cleland. That'll be down the pipe for strike one. Cleland hitting .307 on the season with 2 RBIs for UFE. And they'll be high and outside for ball 4. Cleland will trot down to first base with the walk. And UFE will have their first base runner of the game. Low and inside is the pitch to the UFE left-handed hitter Carson Chan. Robinson's going to keep Cleland honest there at first base. Cleland back in plenty of time. Runner's going to go, and Miracle can't get a grip on the pitch, so there's no play at second. Miracle picked the ball up off the ground in front of him. So Cleland with an uncontested stolen base, now in scoring position at second base with nobody out here in the top of the second. The count 1-1 to Chan. It's going to be chopped away to the screen for strike 2. Be swing and a miss. Robinson gets his first strikeout of the game.
Hey, Bob. What, Bob?
That'll be the first out of the inning. So with a runner on second and 1 away, UFE will bring a right-handed hitter to the plate. Be inside edge for strike 1. Logan Rogers, the Cascade hitter. Rogers hitting .444 on the season. It's going to be a high fly ball to left center field. Looks like Cash Talbot's going back, and that ball is going to go over the fence. Logan Rogers with his first home run of the season. A 2-run shot deep over the left center fence, and the UFV Cascades will jump out to a 2-0 lead here in the top of the second. That home run will give Rogers the team lead in home runs, tied with Pennington. I believe the only two Cascades to hit home runs here in the season. They have only had one series, so Eli McKean, left-handed hitter for UFE to the plate. McKean playing first base for the Cascades here today. And Robinson quickly up 0-2 on McKean. It's going to be chopped down the first base line. Petrie will make the play. He'll toss to Robinson at first, and the Wolfpack will have their second out of the inning. Nate James Cascade, left-handed hitter, playing second base here today for UFV at the plate. He'll watch strike one. James' first at-bat of the game. It's going to be a ground ball towards second base. Gabe Powell's going to gobble it up and go to first. And they'll get the speedy James for the third out of the inning, but not before Logan Rogers hits a two-run shot over the left field fence for UFV and gives the Cascades a 2-0 lead going into the bottom of two. Second baseman Gabe Powell leading off the bottom of the second for the TRU Wolfpack. Powell missed last series due to a lower body injury, is back today. And he's quickly down 0-2 in the count. Powell off to a good start in the series he did play in against the Victoria Golden Tide. Went 6 for 12 with 5 RBIs, and we'll hope to continue those successful ways here against UFE in the third series of the season. It's going to be a ground ball towards shortstop. Shortstop is going to throw it on the run. And Powell obviously not back to 100%. He would usually run that out full bore to test the shortstop's arm, but not on that occasion. He's likely breaking himself back in to make sure he's not going to re-aggravate anything on what should have been and ended up being a routine grounder. All that said, UFE has their first out of the inning, and that'll bring center fielder Kai Sheck to the plate. going to be chopped fair down the first base line. That's going to go to the corner of the field, and Sheck's going to head towards second. And it looks like he's going to head to third, and it's going to be a close play at third. Sheck's going to have to get down, and he will be thrown out at third. So Sheck with a seeing eye ground ball that was just zipped along the ground, and once it passed first base, it went right to the corner. The right fielder threw it into the cutoff, who threw a dart in the perfect spot, low and towards the third bag, and Sheck, who slid in head first, was tagged out. Cash Talbot, left fielder, to the plate. So unfortunate for the Wolfpack, who look to have a runner in scoring position with one out. Instead have nobody on and two out here. Count even at 2-2 for Talbot, taking his first at-bat of the game. Talbot hitting .285 on the season with 10 RBIs. And Talbot will watch strike three, catch the inside of the plate. And that'll end the inning for the Wolfpack. So the Wolfpack get a hit, but leave nobody on, and they get no runs, and they'll trail the UFV Cascades 2-0 going into the top of the third here at Norbrock Stadium. Zach Robinson back on the mound here at the top of the third. UFE up 2-0. Chase Martin, the UFE center fielder, batting for the Cascades here to lead off the third. And he'll take that one on a check swing, just off the handle of the bat. That'll bring the count to 1-1. Wolfpack out hitting the Cascades 2-1 here early in the game, but it's the Cascades with a quick 2-0 lead. Be a ground ball foul down the third baseline. Logan Rogers with the home run in the top of the second. That is what has given the Cascades their runs and their 2-0 lead here on that 2-run shot over the left center field fence. That's going to be a high fly ball to right center. Kai Sheck is on it, and he'll make the catch as he meets up with right fielder Jared Sucro. That'll give the Wolfpack their first out of the inning here in the top of the third. Brady Dorrit, the UFE left-handed hitter. Dorrit is the team's left fielder. He's going to put a blooper shot into right field. Nothing Gabe Powell could do at that second base position other than watch it go well over his head, and it'll land well in front of right fielder Jared Sucro. So the second batter of the inning for UFE gets aboard with a hit. That'll even the hits for the teams at 2 apiece. And that'll bring another left-handed hitter to the plate for UFV, Noah Farndon. Farndon, the right fielder for UFV. Robinson will check the runner at first. Be outside, won't catch the edge, so ball 1 to Farndon. Farndon 0 for 1 today. Robinson checking the runner again at first. And runner's going to go. Swinger's swing. It's going to be left field. It's going to be into the glove of Cash Talbot, who chases it down nicely. Talbot will get that ball into the infield, and the runner will retreat back to first, who is going on the pitch. The ball left the bat in a hurry. It had a good slice to it. Talbot did a nice job to run towards the left field line and make the catch on the fly. That gives Wolfpack their second out of the inning here with the runner aboard. And big right-handed hitter Keegan Drinkle will come to the plate. Sorry, left-handed hitter Keegan Drinkle will come to the plate for UFE. Drinkle leading the team in average this year, 462. Runner's going to go, and Miracle's throwing, and the throw just curved at the last second. Spencer made the catch in the tag, but towards the middle of the back of the runner's body. Not only does that make for a difficult call for the umpire, but takes a little bit of time off the tag with the ball slicing like that. So the runner is safe at second with 2 out. And Drinkle goes back to work with a 1-strike count. Be outside. Drinkle's got an elbow guard that doesn't want to cooperate. Looks like the Velcro starting to wear away, and every time he brings his bat up into his stance, it starts to dangle down there. Giving Robinson a good target, and the umpire actually is going to address it here. So 1-1 to Drinkle with 2 out here. Runner on second, top of the third. It's going to be a fly ball out to center field. Kai Sheck's going to motor back at the last second, but he'll make the catch And the Wolfpack will get their third out of the inning, so no damage in the top of the third, but the Cascades will hold on to their 2-0 lead with the runs they scored in the top of the second. The Wolfpack will look to try and do some damage here in the bottom of the third. Bit of a slow start for the Wolfpack bats. Kai Sheck had a nice hit that had extra base potential, turned what I guess would have been a double into a triple, or tried to. Got tagged out at third. That ended that threat. Otherwise, Lucas Miracle with the only other hit for the Wolfpack. Carter Spencer's been aboard on a walk. And the Wolfpack will look to put together some sustained offense here in the bottom of the third to try and erase this 2-0 lead. Third baseman Manny Birch will lead off the bottom of the third for the Wolfpack. Cam Sparrowhawk back on the mound for the Cascades. He'll throw that first one high and inside for ball one. Be check swing, no swing. Confirmed by the base ump. That low and away pitch will be registered as ball two. And that fastball will catch the outside edge. The count now 2-1 to Birch. And in the dirt for ball three. So Birch quickly ahead in the count, 3-1. Ooh, it's going to be off the handlebar of the bat. I actually think it hit the butt end of the bat as Birch tried to get away from that very inside pitch. So unfortunate not to get ball four or even a hit by pitch. Now Birch has to go back to work with the count full. And that's going to be way outside. Birch won't chase, and that'll be ball four. So Birch trots down to first. The leadoff hitter for the Wolfpack will get aboard on a walk, and that'll bring shortstop Carter Spencer to the plate. Spencer, who walked in his first at-bat to lead off the game. Spencer squares. It looks like he's going to bunt. He retracts that. Pitches outside for ball one. And Spencer's going to chop away. It's going to be a hopper up the middle for a tailor-made double play Shortstop will get the ball on the easy hop, step on second, fire across to first, and just like that, there are 2 out with nobody on here in the bottom of the third. Right fielder Jared Sucro to the plate. Swing and a miss to Sucro. Sucro 0 for 1 today. Got on with the fielder's choice in the first inning. Sucro hitting .303 here with a home run and 10 RBIs over the first 2 series of the season. That misses outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count to Sucro here with nobody on and 2 out in the bottom of the third. To be a ground ball towards third base. Third baseman will play it on the hop. He'll fire across the diamond. The first baseman will make a nice catch as that ball is thrown a little bit on the home plate side of first, and with the speedy Sucro crashing down on the bag. Some good focus by the first baseman there to make the catch and to get the out. That'll end the inning. And the Wolfpack, who get the first runner aboard again, end up not being able to do anything with them, and they'll head into the top of the 4th inning, down 2-0 to the UFV Cascades here at Norbrock Stadium in sunny Kamloops, British Columbia. Nicholas Clellan leading off the inning for the UFV Cascades. Zach Robinson back on the mound for the Wolfpack. First pitch will be deemed a strike. I'll just miss outside, so the count even at 1-1 to Clellan. Low in the zone for ball 2. be a high fly ball way foul into the TRU bullpen. That'll even the count at 2 apiece on this beautiful sunny day here in Kamloops. Temperature creeping up around the 14 or 15 degree mark. Little to no even a breeze right now, so in the sun it feels even warmer than that. It's going to be another high fly ball way foul. I'll keep the count at 2-2. Cleland hitting .307 on the season. And he'll swing and a miss. It'll be a tip foul, but Miracle holds on to it, so that'll end Cleland's at-bat as the Wolfpack throw it around the horn. It'll be the first out of the inning. Wolfpack defense, you got Zach Robinson on the mound, his battery mate Lucas Miracle behind the plate. You got Manny Birch at left field, Carter Spencer at shortstop. Gabe Powell returns into the lineup, coming back from a lower body injury, and he'll play second base in this game. Ryan Petrie playing first base for the Wolfpack. Cash Talbot out in left field. Kai Sheck in his usual spot in center field. And Jared Sucro playing right field for the Wolfpack. It'll be outside edge, and that'll even the count at 1-1. Carson Chan, the batter for UFE. Chan 0 for 1 in this game. I think Chan is the designated hitter for UFE, I believe. Take a big swing at that one, and foul tip that back into Miracle's glove, driving the count to 1-2. It's going to be a very shallow. Zach Robinson's going to actually have to step off the mound and go about halfway between his rubber and home plate, and he'll make the catch to help his cause. It'll be the second out of the inning for the Wolfpack.
So the lead away.
Trying to be on the ball, be a good box guy. Open up home for
Logan Rogers, batter for UFE.
How deep is their bullpen?
It's going to be a hard ground ball. It's going to get between third base and short. Cash Talbot will chase that down in left field and get that ball in, and Rogers is 2 for 2 now on the day. Eli McKean, left-handed hitter for UFE at the plate. He's working with a runner on first. 2 out here in the top of the fourth. McKean 0 for 1 in this game. The UFE first baseman looking to keep the inning alive for the Cascades. And that pitch is in the dirt. Miracle does a good job to keep it in front of him, so the runner will stay at first. 1 ball, 1 strike to McKean.
Who's going back on the dish? Who you got?
UFE wearing their all grays today with the green accents. It'll be a pitch out. So a 2 out here in the top of the 4th. Robinson and Miracle. Only to make sure that the runner Logan Rogers is kept honest over there at first base. Swing and a miss by McKean puts the count to 2-2. Be high and outside. McKean doesn't chase that one. Very similar pitch to the last pitch that Robinson threw, but that'll put the count to full. So a 2 out here and full count. Logan will be going on the pitch. It's going to be a high fly ball, very shallow. Everybody's staring up at it. And Ryan Petrie comes in from first base. You could tell that Miracle had no idea where that ball was. Robinson wasn't sure either. Petrie came running in from first base, almost overran it actually, and made the catch behind him about 4 feet in front of home plate. So that ends the innings. TRU holds UFV to no runs on 1 hit. And they'll go into the bottom of the 4th here, hoping to chip away at the 2-0 lead that UFV holds on to here at Norbrock Stadium. Designated hitter Manny Recchi to the plate for TRU. Recchi had an incredible first series against Victoria. That was his return from injury. He'd missed the entire fall season and preseason. And he'll watch that pitch low and inside. He'll actually get by the Cascade catcher. Recchi quickly up in the count. 2 balls, no strikes. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but they were just incredible by Recchi. Came a little bit back down to earth against Calgary. Not sure if these are the official numbers, but it shows 4 for 13, hitting .307 with two RBIs in that series. Recky will watch the first strike of the at-bat, so the count 3-1 to the Wolfpack left-handed hitter. Recky 0 for 1 in this game, and he'll watch that one outside for ball 4. So the Wolfpack get the leadoff batter on base again, and they will try desperately not to have him out at second base here, which is what has happened so far early in this game with the leadoff runners that get on first for leadoff hitters, that get on first base for the Wolfpack. Lucas Miracle, the TRU catcher at the plate. He's 1 for 1 in this game. And he'll put that one back high over the stadium for a foul ball, strike 1. That one must have been deemed a little bit high by the umpire. Miracle 1 for 1 today, hitting .500 on the season. Has a runner on first and nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. Wolfpack currently trailing 2-0. Sparrowhawk checking Recky back over at first. And that's going to be inside. Count now 2-1 to Miracle. Ryan Petrie on deck for TRU. And it'll be high and or outside. Looks like Sparrowhawk's just missing on these borderline pitches. And he's now behind in the count 3-1 to the batter Miracle. Runners going. It's going to be a high fly ball, well foul into the UFV bullpen. So the count now full to Miracle. With the Wolfpack calling for a hit and run there, but the foul ball will drive Recky, the runner, back to first. And Miracle will go to work at the plate here with full count. Runners going again. It's going to be low for ball 4. Recky, unsure of the call, slides into second. So runners on first and second for the Wolfpack here to lead off their half of the 4th, and that'll bring first baseman Ryan Petrie to the plate. Brendan Grant will replace Miracle on first as the runner. It'll be low and away for ball 1. Outside for ball 2. So Petrie being patient at the plate, likely waiting until he sees his first strike before taking a hack here with runners on first and second. That'll be a strike in the upper spot of the zone. Petrie quite a tall fellow, so probably not a bad call. And he'll go to work with a 2-1 count. The inside pitch that TRU will foul off into the parking lot. So even count now at 2 balls, 2 strikes. TRU will look to stay alive here. Look to try and move the base runners. Get on board himself. As the Wolfpack desperately looking to try and generate some offense down 2-0 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And that's going to be outside edge. Petry's going to watch it for strike 3. So first out of the inning, and that'll bring Gabe Powell, the second baseman, to the plate for TRU. Pitcher's going to step off and go towards second where Recchi is. No middle infielder went to the bag for Sparrowhawks, so no throw made. Be outside edge for strike 1 to Powell. Powell 0 for 1 in this game. Hit a ground ball to the shortstop and was thrown out in his first at-bat. 6 for 12 on the season, that all being in the first series. And that ball's going to get past the catcher. That'll advance the runners. They'll take off the force all around. So a bit of a break there for TRU. And Powell actually missed the 4th game, and actually part of the 3rd game in that first series against Victoria. So those 12 at-bats all came in the first 3 games before going down with a lower body injury. He'll go to work here with 2 runners in scoring position and 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. And that's going to be low and outside for ball 3. Sorry, that's ball 2 to Powell. Scoreboard playing some games on me here. So 2-1 the count to Powell with 1 out here. 2 runners aboard. Recchi the runner at 3rd, Grant the runner at 2nd, and Sparrowhawk appears to be having a little bit of control issue here in the 4th inning of work. I do see the UFV bullpen is active. That's going to be a ground ball. It's going to go between 1st and 2nd. That will score Recchi. Grant will be held at 3rd. Gabe Powell with the RBI single will trot down to 1st, and the Wolfpack will have runners on the corners with 1 out here, and the score now 2-1 for UFE, with Kai Sheck, the center fielder, coming to the plate for TRU. Kai Sheck with a beautiful hit in his first at-bat, a ground ball with power that went just inside the bag at first. So it looks like the Wolfpack are going to bring in a pinch runner for Powell, who's obviously still recovering from that lower body injury. So Jet Sinclair will come in to run for Powell. So Powell does his job with an RBI, keeps the inning going. And Kai Sheck, whose beautiful hit I was describing just inside the first base bag in his previous at-bat, he ended up being tagged out on a beautiful throw at 3rd base when he tried to extend that hit into a triple. And he'd love to replicate that hit, maybe not the result of it, but that hit would score at least 1 run and tie the game here. Kai Sheck's going to put a power bunt towards the pitcher. Oh, and the first baseman dropped the ball. I'm not sure if it looked like the throw was going to be there in time, but it got there right around the same time that Sheck got to first base. So a full swing by Sheck. That ball gets driven to the ground. It only goes about maybe 10 feet towards the pitcher. Sparrowhawk had to grab it and throw it towards first. First baseman wasn't able to hold on to it. So base is now loaded. Grant not able to come home on the play. And that will prompt a trip to the mound by the UFV manager, who will go out and talk to Sparrowhawk. And it looks like his catcher and first baseman. No indication towards the bullpen yet. And it looks like Sparrowhawk will, I think, stay in. The manager gave a signal over towards the bullpen that I'm obviously not familiar with, but it doesn't appear as though anybody from the bullpen is coming out. So Sparrowhawk looks like he'll stay in, and that'll bring left fielder Cash Talbot to the plate for TRU. Talbot with bases loaded and one out here has a chance to do some damage. Cash Talbot 0 for 1 in this game with a strikeout, I believe. And he'll watch that one high and inside for ball 1. Talbot 0 for 1 again in this game, 6 for 21 on the season, batting .285. He's got 10 RBIs, and that's going to be, a foul ball. That ball hit the line about 3 feet in front of the bag, and the slice had it go on the foul side of first. That would have been for extra bases and some RBIs. It would have added to the 10 RBIs that Talbot already has this season, but all for naught as that slice was just a little bit much. And Talbot will go back to work here in the batter's box with a 1-1 count, one away here in the bottom of the 4th. Bases loaded for the Wolfpack. That's going to be a line drive down the left field line. It's going to land foul. Again, great potential when that left the bat, and that ball just kept going towards foul territory. Full contact by Talbot on that swing for sure. Ended up landing well foul. Probably one hopped to the fence when it ended up hitting the ground. So Talbot will go back to work here with 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's going to be inside. Almost tagged Talbot, but just misses. So the count now 2-2. That's going to be high for ball 3. So the count now full to Talbot. It's going to be foul ball into the parking lot. So Talbot stays alive. Count stays at 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out here. Bases loaded for the Wolfpack. Brendan Grant, the runner on 3rd. He in for Lucas Miracle. Jet Sinclair, the runner in for Gabe Powell on 2nd. And Kai Sheck, the runner on 1st. That's going to be fouled back. Talbot doing a good job protecting the outside of that plate. And he'll put that one back towards the screen, keeping the count at full. Sparrowhawks thrown about 64 pitches so far in 3 1/3 inning. That's going to be outside for ball 4, so that'll walk in the tying run. That pitch just missing on the outside edge, and Talbot patiently watches it for ball 4. Brendan Grant trots across the plate for the tying run, and that'll bring... That's another trip, actually. It'll prompt another trip by the UFE manager out to the mound, and I believe this will end the day for Sparrowhawk. Sparrowhawk will get some applause by the Cascade faithful who have made the trip out here to Norbrock Stadium to watch the UFE squad take on TRU, and he'll be done for the day after 3 1/3 innings. Looks like Sparrowhawk threw 65 pitches, about half of them for strikes. according to the scoreboard, he's allowed 2 runs on 3 hits. The Cascades have been credited with an error in there somewhere, so I'm not sure if both of those runs are earned or not. And a big right-handed chucker for UFV. Now on the mound, will start to warm up. That's number 52. I don't have his details yet, but we'll dig those up as he goes through his warm-up sequence here. Looking at the out-of-town scoreboard here, limited action so far on this Saturday in week 3 of CCBC action. Looks like the PBA Dogs, that being the Prairie Baseball Academy, are up 2-0 over Edmonton Collegiate in the top of the 5th. And of course, the TRU WolfPack and UFV Cascades are tied at 2 here in the bottom of the 4th. And sorry, an update on that Edmonton PBA game. PBA actually blowing that one wide open here. They're up 11-3 in the bottom of the 8th. And it looks like in early action, the top of the 3rd, the University Baseball Club up 1-0 over the Vancouver Island University Mariners.
Does my hair look beautiful? Does my look right?
Those are all game 1 of doubleheaders happening here on Saturday action in the CBC. Manny Birch, the TRU third baseman, will come to the plate. Birch walked in his first at-bat, I believe, and he'll be looking at bases loaded with 1 out. And fastball down the middle will be fouled back off the catcher for strike 1. Umpire will give the catcher Drinkle a chance to shake that off. Ryan Post in to pitch for UFE. Not sure if this is Post's first action of the season. I can't see any stats on him here. And it's going to be a fastball that he blows by Birch for strike 2. Birch with 4 RBIs on the season with a chance for some more here with bases loaded. And that'll be, called strike 3. Must have just caught the lower end of the zone, and on 3 pitches, Birch will walk towards the TRU dugout as the second out of the inning, and that'll bring shortstop Carter Spencer to the plate here with bases loaded and 2 out in the bottom of the 4th. Spencer would love to keep this inning alive. Spencer with 8 RBIs on the season. Walked in his first at-bat and grounded out in his second. And he's going to put this one up the middle. It's going to be a slow roller towards shortstop. He's going to come up firing, and he'll just beat Spencer to first for the out. So the Wolfpack strand 3, but not before they score 2, and they tie this game at 2 going into the top of the 5th here in Kamloops, British Columbia. Zach Robinson back on the bump here for his 5th inning of work against the UFV Cascades. Can be a line drive into right center field. Kai Sheck will get it on the hop. And Nate James will lead off the inning for UFE with a single. Robinson catches the outside edge on that fastball for strike one. Runners going, and again, Miracle having a hard time holding on to that ball. As it falls out of his glove as he goes to try and throw down to second. The count 1-1 to the batter. It's like center fielder Chase Martin at the plate for UFE. He'll have a runner in scoring position with nobody out here in the top of the 5th. And he's going to put down a bunt. It's going to be fielded by, it won't be fielded by Manny Birch, who tries to barehand it, and it'll fall to the ground. So runners on the corners now for UFE. Nice bunt by the Cascade batter. Not even sure that Birch would have had a chance at the out at first, even if he had fielded it cleanly. So Cascades responding to the 2 runs by TRU in the bottom of the 4th with the first 2 runners aboard here. Brady Dorwart, the batter for UFE, he being the Cascades left fielder. Robinson paying a lot of attention to Martin over there at first with second base open. Martin likely looking to occupy it here with a runner on third. Again to first by Robinson. And again to first base. Robinson and or Miracle or somebody's convinced that Martin's going to go, and I'm sure they're not wrong. That's going to be chopped foul for the first strike of the at-bat. So 0-1 to Dorwart. Dorwart 1 for 2 in this game. Looking at a bit of a shift defense by TRU. He's going to put that bunt up high, foul. So Dorwart down 0-2 in the count. Likely not going to square to bunt on this pitch, down 2 strikes. But I guess never say never, and he'll go to work with runners on the corners here with nobody out. That's going to be chopped towards the shortstop. Shortstop's going to field it, go to second. And they'll only get the one. It was too much of a slow roller to turn a double play. That will score a run as the runner on third comes home. So the TRU infield a little unlucky that hit didn't have a little bit more zip to it. Otherwise, it was a double play for sure. Wolfpack able to get one out of it. So now with that run coming in to score, that gives Cascades a 3-2 lead. And UFV will be working with a runner on first. Noah Farndon, the batter for the Cascades. Today's right fielder for the UFV squad. Farndon 0 for 2 in this game. Be a ground ball. Robinson will field it and automatically went to first. Probably had a chance at a double play, but either lost track of how many outs there were or didn't realize how quickly he had come up with that ball. Realized it partway through the sequence there, but then had to go for the guaranteed out at first. So hopefully that doesn't come back to haunt Robinson and the Wolfpack here, as that leaves a runner on second. That was potential inning-ending double play ball. Robinson will go back to work here against Keegan Drinkle. I believe he's the UFV catcher. Be outside for ball one. Drinkle 0 for 2 in this game, but hitting .461 on the season. She is the team's leading hitter as far as average goes. It's going to be a pickoff play at second, really close. Not close enough. The runner will pick himself up, dust himself off. Robinson will go back to work against Drinkle. He'll be in there for strike one. That'll even the count at 1-1. It's going to be a high fly ball to center field. Kajcek is running back. Looks like he's going to camp underneath it, and he'll make the catch. So no harm, no foul on that missed opportunity of the double play with the last at bat. Robinson still won't be happy with the fact that he messed that up, but again, no damage as the TRU Wolfpack will go back to work here in the bottom of the fifth. After having caught up in the bottom of the fourth with their 2 runs, they now trail by 1. That being a 3-2 score here at Norbrock Stadium. Right fielder Jared Sucro leading off the bottom of the fifth for the Wolfpack. Watch fastball down the middle for strike one, I think. Sucro may have thought that was a little bit high in the zone. Sucro, who doesn't have a ton of height to him here, probably asking for a little relief on that pitch. That'll be one hopper outside for ball one. Post back on the mound for UFV. Came in to relieve Sparrowhawk last inning. It's going to be a ground ball. It's going to hop over the shortstop's glove. And the Wolfpack and their leadoff hitter end up on base. Manny Recchi, the designated hitter at the plate. Recchi 0 for 1 in this game. I believe he walked in his last at bat, if I'm not mistaken. Recchi will watch that pitch from the big right-handed checker of UFV low for ball two. And it'll be well outside. Recchi patiently watching the count build to 3-0. My guess is that Recchi will wait for a strike before he starts to swing the bat here. Jared Sucro, the runner on first. Nobody out here in the bottom of the fifth. And that'll be deceivingly nice pitch down the middle. Actually looked like it was going to be inside when it left his post hand, but definitely caught all of the plate. And Recchi sees his first strike of the at-bat and goes back to work with a 3-1 count. And it's going to be a pickoff attempt towards Sucro. Sucro back in plenty of time. Runners going. It's going to be a ground ball put between third and short. That'll be a base hit for Recchi. Sucro rounds the second and trots back to the bag. So runners on first and second for TRU here to lead off their part of the fifth inning. TRU catcher Lucas Miracle to the plate. And Miracle will watch a low pitch in the dirt, look like a bit of an off-speed pitch for ball one. It's going to be inside. It's going to hit Miracle in his left shoulder. He'll shake it off. He'll trot down to first. And that'll give the Wolfpack bases loaded here with first baseman Ryan Petrie coming to the plate. So inning number 5, riffed with lots of opportunity for TRU. They did leave the bases stranded in the 4th inning, but not before running or driving in a couple of runs, which at that point in the game tied the score. Tying run currently on third base for TRU, that being Jared Sucro. Manny Recchi, the runner, on second, and Brendan Grant comes in to run for Lucas Miracle on first base. The outside edge for strike one to Petrie. It'll be a slow ground ball towards third base. Third baseman's going to come up firing. He's going to go across the diamond to get Petrie, but Petrie will get an RBI on that. That will tie the score here at 3. So now the Wolfpack have runners at third and second, with second baseman Gabe Powell coming to the plate. Powell, who had similar circumstances in his last at-bat, had a nice grounder between first and second for his, I believe, his only hit of the game. Love to replicate that here. And he will put a chopper towards shortstop. Shortstop again will go to first. They'll get Powell, but Recchi will come across the plate. So Wolfpack opting to drive in some runs with some sacrificial outs along the way. Had bases loaded with nobody out, and a couple of fielder choices on infield ground balls will get the outs at first, but the runner on third coming in on both occasions. Kai Sheck, the center fielder, at the plate. He's got Brendan Grant, the runner, on third, and that ball's going to land fair inside the left field line. That'll be an RBI for Sheck, who's going to he's going to think twice about trying to, and now he's going to be given a gift. And that ball's going to roll to the fence by the UFE dugout. So Kai Sheck has done a lot of running in this game. In 2 at-bats alone, has run the equivalent of probably 6 bases if you include the 2 half bags he's taken here in this at-bat. That nice line drive well over the third baseman's head, landed inside the left field line. Sheck originally looked like he was going to try and turn into a double and jammed on the brakes with both feet like Fred Flintstone, partway on his way to second. Turned around to go back to first, but the throw into second actually went by the second baseman and went all the way through the infield to the UFV dugout. That allowed Sheck to go to second, who actually considered going to third on the play, but thought better of it, probably a little bit tired from all of that running around. So Cash Talbot now at the plate, the TRU left fielder, with a runner at second. 2 out here in the bottom of the 5th, where the Wolfpack had managed to put up 3 runs and taken a 5-3 lead here at Norbrock Stadium. And that's going to be high for ball 2. Manny Birch on deck for the Wolfpack as Talbot watches his third pitch of the at-bat, and that'll be in there for a strike. Ooh, and the umpire will give Post the outside edge on that pitch for strike 2. So Talbot looking at a 2-2 count here with 2 out in the bottom of the 5th and a runner on 2. Talbot just happens to wear number 22. So with all those 2s across the board, ball 3 comes in. So full count to Talbot. That's going to be high and inside, and a patient Cash Talbot will walk down to first base.
Does my hair look beautiful? Do I look right? Think I can knock a boy off right now?
All the girls that's here for the truth, come put both hands on the DJ booth, then wind your waist to the...
Manny Birch, the Wolfpack third baseman, coming to the plate, struck out in his last at-bat. And he'll put one back to the screen for strike 1. Post will step off his rubber, looking at Kai Sheck. No throw to second. Post will reset. Sheck will reset. Birch will reset. And this one will be in the dirt and over the catcher. A one hop that actually the catcher tried to barehand. Actually got a piece of it that slowed it down. That might not have actually helped. And ball skips to the backstop. That will allow Sheck to advance to third. Talbot advances to second. So forces are off for Birch, who goes back to work with a 1-1 count and 2 out here in the bottom of the fifth. WolfPack put 3 runs on the board here in this inning, taking a 5-3 lead. Trailed most of the game before now. And that one will be in the dirt. The count now 2-1 to Birch. It's like UFV has some activity in their bullpen. Post will step off the rubber and reset here. And Birch will put a deep shot to center fielder. Center fielder's going back, and he'll make the catch at the track. Maybe a bit of a TV dive there as the nice catch by the center fielder sees him rolling around on the ground on the track. So good contact by Birch, but it'll strand 2 as it's the 3rd out of the inning, but not before the WolfPack put up 3 runs here in the bottom of the 5th to take a 5-3 lead at Norbrock Stadium, Kamloops, British Columbia. Nicholas Cleland, UFV's 3rd baseman, leading off the top of the 6th here for the Cascades. He'll put a chopper towards Manny Birch at 3rd, who will throw it past Ryan Petrie at 1st, and that's going to allow Cleland to go all the way to 3rd, uncontested. So unfortunate for Birch, who made a nice play on the backhand defensively, and then an outstretched Ryan Petrie not able to get that throw. I could only see that it was on the right field side of first base, and unfortunately it went to no man's land. So Cleland quickly leading off the inning with what will look like a triple. That should be an error. That ball's going to be a grounder towards second. That's Gabe Powell. He thought about coming home to try and get the runner going from 3rd to home, but thought better of it and went to 1st for the automatic out. So the slate is clean, albeit with a run here in the top of the 6th for UFV, bringing that score to 5-4. And it looks like Logan Rogers, I believe the UFV shortstop, and I believe Rogers with the 2-run home run earlier in this game, if I'm not mistaken. Rogers 2 for 2 in this game, hitting .444 on the season prior to today. He'll watch that pitch in the bottom part of the zone for strike one. Count now 1-1 to Rogers. Be a hard ground ball. It's going to get underneath a diving Manny Birch out to the left fielder Cash Talbot. He'll get the ball in, holding Rogers to a single, but Rogers having a game. 3 for 3 so far. And tall left-handed hitter for the Cascades coming to the plate. Eli McKean. McKean is the Cascades' first baseman. He's working with 1 out and a runner on first. He's been a really high fly ball to right center field. Looks like Jared Sucros coming in, calling everybody off. He'll make the catch. So the Wolfpack, luckily that hit went really high, kind of got lost in the sun, but it gave time for pretty much the entire right side of the Wolfpack defense to collapse and take away that no man's land where that ball will often fall. Sucro makes the catch. That records the second out of the inning, and Zach Robinson will go to work here with 2 away and runner on first. And he'll throw a ball to Nate James. Nate James, UFV's second baseman, 1 for 2 in this game. Looking to keep the inning alive for UFV. And that'll be outside edge for strike one. Count now 1-1 to the batter. And that'll be outside for ball 2. 2-1 to James. Robinson's thrown just over 75 pitches, I believe, here through 5 2/3 inning. And looked like James is considering squaring out for a bunt there. A very late square. Unless he's just doing something funky with his bat. He ended up retracting whatever he was doing. The count now 3-1 to James. And in fact, James does go to square to bunt on this pitch, fouls it off. So the count now full to James, who probably will think better than squaring to bunt with 2 strikes. And he'll go back to work with full count and 2 out here in the top of the 6th. And it's going to be outside for ball 4. So Robinson walks James. And they'll put runners on first and second. And they'll bring Chase Martin, the UFV center fielder, to the plate. Be strike 1 to Martin. Martin 1 for 2 in this game. He's working with 2 out here in the top of the 6th. Runners on first and second. It's going to be a high fly ball to left field. Cash Talbot going back. He's just getting to the track, and he'll make the catch. And that'll end the inning. But an early error by the Wolfpack lead to A quick run by UFV, but that's all they'll get here in the top of the 6th. They'll bring the score to within 1 run now as the TRU WolfPack go into the bottom of the 6th, holding on to a 5-4 lead, looking to add to it here at Norbrock Stadium. The Wolfpack go back to work here in the bottom of the 6th. Shortstop Carter Spencer leading it off for the TRU squad. Spencer will watch a pitch on the outside edge for strike 1. I think Spencer's 0 for 2 with a walk and a couple of ground balls towards the shortstop in this game. He put a ground ball towards the third baseman this time. Third baseman gobbles up and goes across the diamond for the out. New pitcher on the bump for UFV, Carson Burns. Right-handed pitcher. Shows 2 1/3 innings worked before this game. And on his first pitch, Jared Sucro, the right fielder, will chop one towards the second baseman, who will throw out Sucro for the second out of the inning. So Burns, I believe, only 3 pitches into the bottom of the 6th, has 2 outs. And that'll bring Manny Recchi, the designated hitter, to the plate for TRU, who'll try and get things started here offensively for the Wolfpack, nursing a 5-4 lead. He fouled away for the first strike of the at-bat, so the count 2-1 to Recchi. Recchi 1 for 2 in this game. Strike called on Recchi in the lower part of the zone. Not sure Recchi was thrilled with the call. He'll go back to work here with a 2-2 count with 2 out here in the bottom of the 6th. And it's going to be chopped down the left field line. It's going to be well foul. That keeps the count at 2-2. And Recchi will go back to work here, looking to give the Wolfpack their first base runner of the inning. Chop towards third base, makes a nice play on his backhand. Go across to first, and he'll get the out, and that'll be 3 up, 3 down for the Wolfpack, and the Cascade will trot off the field looking to add something offensively in the top of the 7th, currently trailing TRU 5-4. Each team with 6 hits. UFE credited with 2 errors. Wolfpack with 1. And just looking at the out-of-town scoreboard here in the CCBC. Of course, TRU leading UFE 5-4. You've got the Prairie Baseball Academy beat Edmonton Collegiate 12-3 in the first game of that doubleheader, and VIU has come back to take a lead over the University Baseball Club, currently up 3-1 in the top of the 5th. Looks like Edmonton Collegiate and Prairie Baseball are just in their pregame for the second end of the doubleheader, and we'll keep you up to date on those scores as they unfold. Here in Kamloops, we are 2/3 of the way through action. Zach Robinson back on the mound for the Wolfpack. And these two teams will go again tomorrow in Chilliwack. So a home-and-home series as the Wolfpack play 2 here at home at Norbrock. And then they will all travel in the morning to play UFE at their home field at Fairfield Park. Standings for the CCBC currently shows Okanagan College with a 10-2 record at the top of the standings. Prairie Baseball Academy at 7-2, strong enough for second place. And then you've got Edmonton Collegiate and Thompson Rivers University at 5-3, so they're tied for second. University of Calgary at 4-4, and the University of Fraser Valley 1-2, VIU 1-3. Victoria Collegiate at 2-10, and the University Baseball Club currently registering at the bottom of the standings with a 1-7 record. That's because of their winning percentage. Zach Robinson will give up a hit to the leadoff hitter for UFE. Looks like Brady Dorrant, the left fielder, and he'll slap one into right center field for a leadoff single. Robinson approaching 85 pitches. Guessing that he will be on the clock for Coach Chadwick here to see how this 7th inning of work goes. Runner's going to go. Miracle's going to throw, and it's going to one-hop over the shortstop's glove. Runner there in plenty of time, even if the ball had been caught. So UFE doing a good job again early in the inning to get a runner in scoring position. That'll bring Noah Farndon to the plate. Farndon, the right fielder for UFE. Farndon 0 for 3 in this game. He's going to squirt a bunt. He's going to put up a high pop fly. It'll be caught by Birch. The UFE runner alertly gets back, recognizing that ball came off the bat in a way that most batters chagrin about when they're trying to lay down a bunt. So Wolfpack get the out. Good running by the UFV base runner prevents the double play. And that'll bring catcher Keegan Drinkle to the plate for the Cascade. Be a check swing, and they'll say he didn't go, so 1 ball to Drinkle. Drinkle 0 for 3 in this game, does lead the team in batting average coming into today's action. Again, UFV having only played a 4-game series against, I believe, the Collegiate Hawks so far this season. And they'll be outside. Drinkle thinks about chasing, but doesn't, and currently looking at a 2-ball, no strike count. And with 2 quick balls on Drinkle, the TRU manager will actually call for a automatic walk with a spot open at first base. And Robinson down in the count early. And Drinkle with such a good batting average, they're going to put Drinkle on. He'll actually get a designated runner or a pinch runner. Or actually, it is a designated runner because Drinkle is their catcher. And that'll put forces on all the bags. And Robinson will go back to work now. A high fly ball to center field. Kajczak's going to camp under it. And the runner's going to go from second to third. And he'll get there standing up. So Nicholas Clelland with that deep fly, or semi-deep fly, I guess, to center field. That does advance the runner from second to third. Puts runners on the corners for UFE with 2 out. Carson Chan now at the plate for UFE, left-handed hitter. I believe he is UFV's designated hitter. That pitch is well outside for ball 1. It's going to be a high fly ball, well foul. It's going to go into out of play territory. So 1-1 the count to Chan. Chan working with runners on the corners and 2 out here in the top of the 7th. And runners going from first to second. I believe UFE is arguing for a balk. So the runner left early. Heard lots of yelling. I'm not sure if it was infielders yelling at Robinson to step off or if it was UFE players calling for a balk. But runners now at second and third for the Cascades with 2 balls and 1 strike to Chan. It's going to be a line drive into center field. That's going to score 1, and it'll score 2. And UFE will take the lead here in the top of the 7th, now up 6-4 on a line drive out to center field by Chan. Shortstop Logan Rogers to the plate. Rogers having a strong game, 3 for 3 so far here today with a 2-run shot in the 2nd inning. This one will be high and backwards towards the stadium. Rogers quickly down 0-2 in the count. And Robinson will put that one low and in the dirt. So a back and forth battle here at Norbrock Stadium. Teams exchanging leads on a number of occasions. Most recently, UFE here in the top of the 7th to put up 2 runs to take a 6-5 lead. It's going to be a high fly ball, shallow. Looks like Gabe Powell's going back, and he'll make the catch well outside of the infield area, but well inside the outfield area. And that'll end the inning, but not before the UFV Cascades put up 2 runs, take a 6-5 lead. And going into the bottom of the 7th, TRU will look to erase that and get the lead back. TRU scored 2 runs in the 4th, 3 runs in the 5th. They were shut down in the 6th, but look to recapture their offensive ways here in the 7th at Norbrock Stadium. Catcher Lucas Miracle leading off the bottom of the 7th for the WolfPack. You'll watch first pitch come in for a strike on the outside edge. Burns back on the mound for UFV. Came in the 6th inning. I believe he started the 6th inning. Miracle down 1 ball, 2 strikes in the count here early. And he'll think about that breaking ball. It just misses it low and outside, evening the count at 2-2. And it'll be high and inside, the count now full. Ooh, it's going to get outside edge. Strike 3, nice pitch by Burns. First baseman Brian Petrie to the plate. Nice breaking ball thrown by Burns in there for strike one. Burns will get the call on the outside edge of the plate there. So Petrie quickly down 0-2 in the count. He put a nice ground ball literally down the third baseline. It actually ended up hitting the bag and skipping up over top of the third baseman entirely. Never had a chance at it after it hit the bag. Made it an easy call for the umpire, too. Realizing easily that ball was fair. And Petrie gets aboard for his first hit of the game, and that'll bring second baseman Gabe Powell to the plate. Catcher's going out to the mound to have a quick chat with his battery mate. It's going to be foul ball off the feet of Powell. Another foul ball, this time towards the right field parking lot. So Powell quickly down 0-2 in the count. Powell 1 for 3 today. Had some nice work with runners in scoring position. Not the case right here with Petrie on first base only. But Powell would love to put him in scoring position. That's going to be a nice fly ball between center field and right field. Just hung up there a little bit long. Some good power there by Powell, who's obviously still hurting a little bit from his lower body injury, but that ball just kind of kept sailing. Ended up being caught right around the warning track. Petrie, who had got to second base and was standing there waiting to see what was going to happen, had to trot back to first to avoid being doubled up. He gets back in plenty of time, and Kai Sheck, the center fielder for TRU, will come to the plate here with a runner on first. It's going to be a hard ground ball towards the third baseman, who will make the throw to the second baseman for the force. Second baseman had to lay out towards left field to make the catch. Good enough for the out, though, and that will mean that the Cascades will take the sticks here in the top of the eighth with a one-run lead, currently leading 6-5 here at Norbrock Stadium. Brendan Grant comes in relief of Zach Robinson. Zach Robinson, who pitched the first 7 innings. Allowed 6 runs, not all of them earned. It's going to be a broken bat, ground ball, and it's, not going to go in time. The Cascade batter, very fortunate. The bat actually broke, and that was such a slow roller. Ryan Petrie came over. He tried to flip it with his glove, and the flip came out of his glove just a little bit high. Grant did a nice job to catch it, but he had to stretch up to go get it, and that actually brought his foot off the bag. It was actually a close call at first. I actually agree that the umpire got it right. So UFV with a leadoff hitter on base, and that'll bring, looks like, Eli McKean to the plate. Left-handed hitter for UFV. Sorry, I may have got that wrong. That I saw, it's actually 2, not 12. So this is actually Nick James. McKean was actually the batter who hit the broken bat single. It's going to be way inside. It's going to get past Miracle. McKean will trot to second on the wild pitch. And Grant will go back to work here with nobody out. Runner on second and 3 balls to James. Get outside edge call for strike 1. It's going to be a ground ball towards Powell at second. Powell will field it. His only option will be go to 1. They'll get the out. McKean will advance to third. The Wolfpack get their first out of the inning, but UFV does have a runner on third, looking to add to their 6-5 lead here in the top of the 8th. UFV out hitting the Wolfpack 9-7. Chase Martin, the Cascades center fielder, at the plate. He'll watch strike 1. Just outside for ball 1. So Grant has pitched 7 2/3 of an inning leading up to this series. He does have 7 strikeouts under his belt over those 7 2/3 innings. And they'll be outside. Miracle lunging to make sure that ball doesn't get by him this time. So Grant will be down 2-1 in the count to Chase Martin, the center fielder for UFV. Martin 1 for 3 in this game. And that'll catch the outside edge for strike 2. So Grant evens the count at 2-2. Oh, and he'll get a called strike 3 on the outside edge. Nice curveball. I can see why Martin thought it might have been a little bit outside, but Grant gets the call and the strikeout. That'll give him 2 out here in the top of the 8th with a runner on third. Brady Dorwart coming to the plate. Dorwart, the left fielder for UFV, 2 for 4 in this game. And he'll watch high for ball 1. Ball 2 to Dorwart.
Come on, 8.
Swing and a miss. Grant getting the count to 2-1. 2 out here in the top of the 8th. UFV have a runner on third base. That being, I believe, Eli McKean. McKean got on with a broken bat single to lead off the inning. Yeah, just outside. So 3-1 the count to Dorwart. Could be hacked well foul. It's going to land in playable territory, but no chance for anybody to get to that one. But that does give Grant a full count here with 2 out. It's going to be a high, shallow fly ball. Spencer's going back. Talbot's going to call him off. Talbot makes a catch in shallow left field. And the Wolfpack bend but don't break, allowing the first runner aboard on a bit of a weird broken bat play. But he'll get stranded on third. And the Wolfpack will work here in the bottom of the 8th, down by 1, looking to rectify that situation. Cash Talbot, TRU's left fielder, leading off the bottom of the 8th for the Wolfpack. He'll check swing, and they're going to call it a strike, I think, on the swing. high and inside. Talbot bails, manages to avoid the pitch. New pitcher in for UFE. Big right-handed pitcher, Daxton Vanderkooi. He'll throw his next pitch right down the middle for strike 2. Don't have any history on Vanderkooi. Don't know if he's pitched yet this season. He'll go to work with a 1-2 count on Talbot. It'll be inside for ball 2. Be outside, so the count quickly to full. And that's going to be low and away, so Talbot patiently again waits out the pitcher who is starting a little bit with a little bit of everything, to be honest with you. And Talbot will trot down to first base, and that'll bring third baseman Manny Birch to the plate. Wolfpack have scored runs in 2 of the 7 innings they've batted, that being in the 4th and 5th. Need to go to work here in the 8th. That'll be low for ball 1. It's going to be a deep, not so deep. Oh, nice. It's going to be a line drive. We'll call it to left field. Dipped just under the left fielder's glove, who had to be running hard towards the left field fence to try and make that catch. I think he ended up booting it after it actually got under his glove and it went to the corner of the field. So Manny Birch will take that. Looked like it was going to be a deep shot, potentially right to the left fielder, and then that thing just started to curve left, much to the dismay of the left fielder, Dorwart. So with nobody out here, Carter Spencer will come to the plate, the Wolfpack shortstop, with runners on 3rd and 2nd. And the Wolfpack down by 1. Fastball will catch the outside edge for strike 1. I think Spencer's 0 for 3 on the day. Would love to get his first hit here with runners in scoring position. Does have a walk. And he'll put that one back to the screen. So Spencer quickly down 2 strikes in the count. Vanderkooi called for a balk on the play. That hurts with runners on 3rd and 2nd. So Talbot will trot home on the balk. That'll be the tying run. And Birch will go to 3rd. So Spencer will go back to work with 2 strikes in the count and a runner on 3rd. And Spencer with a swing and a miss for the first out of the inning. Spencer looking less than enthused with his at-bat. Jared Sucro, the right fielder, will come to the plate. Sucro watches strike 1 on the inside edge. Swing and miss by Sucro. Vanderkooi quickly up 2 strikes on the Wolfpack right fielder. Wolfpack scored the tying run while Spencer was at bat on a balk that basically walked in Talbot. This will be a high fly ball into foul territory. It's going to be out of play. This one will also be fouled back into out of play territory. This one goes to the parking lot, so all the fans sitting in the right field bleachers don't have to scramble this time for their life. Sucro goes back to work down 2 strikes with a runner on third. And they'll be high and inside for ball 1. That pitch just misses outside, so Sucro gets to count to 2-2 here. 1 out with a runner on third. And the UFV skip is going to take a quick trip to the mound to talk to Vanderkooi and his battery mate Drinkle. High and inside. So Sucro down quickly 2 strikes in the count early in the at-bat. Forces this at-bat to a full count here with 1 out. Manny Birch, the runner on third for TRU. It'll be a hard ground ball. Sort of gobbled up by the shortstop, who's going to have to hurry the throw. He gets the throw to first. Was able to knock it down. He's kind of playing a shallow infield because of the runner on third. So that ball got there quick. Rogers, the shortstop, did a nice job to knock it down. Took him a bit to find it, but with a good throw to first, he manages to get the out at first, retiring Sucro, and Birch unable to come home on the play. So now with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th, Manny Recchi, the designated hitter, will come to the plate. The ball seemingly a little bit high and maybe even outside, but called a strike. That one way too high and outside to garner the call, so 1-1 the count to Recchi. Recchi will look to keep this inning alive. Birch got to third on a balk by Vanderkooi after getting to second on a double. Swing and a miss by Recchi. That double by Birch drove Talbot to third. Talbot ended up coming in to score on that same balk. And that's going to be another balk. Another balk called on Vanderkooi. That's unfortunate for UFV, who are up 1 ball, 2 strikes in the count to Recchi. So Birch comes in on the balk, and TRU now have a 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 8th. And a swing and a miss ends the inning, but not before a couple of balks by the UFV pitcher enable the Wolfpack to score a couple of runs, and they're going to go up 7-6 here in the top of the 9th, where they'll look to hold on and avoid having to go into the bottom of the 9th here at Norbrock Stadium. Back at sunny Norbrock Stadium here, top of the ninth, game one of today's doubleheader. UFV at your TRU WolfPack. Brendan Grant back on the mound for his second inning of work. WolfPack holding on to a 7-6 lead. Grant will go to work against Noah Farnden. Farnden 0 for 4 in this game. It's going to be a high fly ball to center field. Kai Sheck, pretty much where he started. Throws up the glove, makes a catch. And Brendan Grant will have the first out, or his first out of the inning on the bump.
Grant, do you have any older or younger? No, sorry, she's 21.
Back and forth battle here at Norbrock. Teams exchanging leads on a number of occasions. UFV had the lead for the first 3 innings. WolfPack tied it up in the bottom of the 4th. That was a 2-2 score at that point. UFV took the lead again in the top of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th, WolfPack regained the lead, or actually took the lead for the first time today as they went up 5-3, scoring 3 in the bottom of the 5th. Cascades chipped away, making it 5-4 after 6, and then took a 1-run lead, scoring 2 in the top of the 7th, up 6-5. But the WolfPack scored 2 in the bottom of the 8th to regain the lead 7-6. Grant looking for that outside edge, doesn't get the call. Falls to 2-1 to the Cascade hitter. Looks like Moffat. And that's going to be well high and outside. So the batter is not Moffat, my mistake, sorry. Computer's trying to figure out who the batter is here. It's going to be a high fly ball in foul territory. Manny Birch makes a valiant effort to get there from third base, but just a little bit late. The ball falls to the ground along the edge of the bullpen. But the count now full to the UFV batter. So Drinkle, the batter, at the plate looking at full count. It's the UFV catcher. Again into foul territory, well out of play into the left field parking lot. So a good battle here between Drinkle and Grant. Drinkle, the team leader for UFV in batting average coming into this series. And that's going to be inside edge. Nice curveball, I believe, thrown by Grant. Had Drinkle turning away from it, I should say, making it seem like he thought he was going to get hit, and that came across the inside edge of the plate, and he'll get the strikeout for the second out of the inning. Nicholas Clellan, the batter for UFV, left-handed hitter. Playing third base. It's going to be a high pop fly. Looks like Miracle's got a chance at it. And he won't make the catch. Right along the fence. Tough play would have ended the game. So hopefully that doesn't come back to haunt the WolfPack. Clellan will pick up his bat, feeling like the governor just called for the stay of execution on that. And he'll take his spot in the box and go back to work against Brendan Grant, the TRU pitcher. The count 0-1 to Clellan. And it's going to be foul ball off the catcher. Miracle doesn't seem to be fazed by it at all. So Grant quickly up 2 strikes in the count. And that'll be sprayed off foul territory into the bullpen. Just outside for ball 1. Grant trying to see if Clellan would chase, which he wouldn't, or at least didn't. Clellan 0 for 3 in this game. Grant coming in to pitch in the top of the 7th. He's going to put that one well outside again. So Clellan battling back to a 2-2 count here. A swing and a miss, tip foul. Miracle's going to hold on to it, and that'll end the game. This back and forth battle goes the way of the TRU WolfPack, and they'll take game 1 of this doubleheader. Grant and Miracle will go out and congratulate each other. Grant technically will secure the win in this back and forth battle as Wolfpack took the lead on 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th. Oddly on 2 balks by the UFV pitcher, but the Wolfpack had to get runners into scoring position for those balks to mean anything, so credit to them, and they'll be happy that they record a win here in the first game of the Saturday doubleheader in week 3 of CCBC action. Both teams will come together here in approximately half an hour to battle over game 2, where the UFV Cascades will try and even up the series, and the TRU WolfPack will look to take a 2-0 lead at Norbrock Stadium. Welcome back to Norbrock Stadium for Game 2 of the Saturday doubleheader here between the visiting UFV Cascades and the hometown TRU WolfPack. Zach Robinson pitched, I believe it was 7 strong for the WolfPack, and in a back and forth battle that saw the WolfPack score 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th. Brendan Grant came in for the last couple innings to shut the door on the Cascades, and the TRU WolfPack walk away with a 7-6 victory. After being down by a couple runs for most of the first half of the game, the WolfPack will take it. And it looks like the leadoff Game 2 is going to be Keith Manby. Manby, the hard-chucking WolfPack pitcher, had a great game in the one victory that the WolfPack had last week against the Calgary Dinos. And a bit of a change-up on defense here for the WolfPack as I look around. Looks like Coach Chadwick is shaking up the game board a little bit. Manby will start on the mound with Hayden Dolly behind the plate. That's not abnormal, as Dolly will often start Game 2. It's going to be a bunt down the third base line, and they're going to let it roll foul for strike 1. However, Ryan Petrie starting at third base for this game. That's something I don't think we've seen yet this spring. Carter Spencer back in the shortstop position. Manny Recchi will slide over from third base over to second base, and Lucas Miracle, Game 1's catcher, will come into first base. Outfield looks the same. I believe that's Cash Talbot out in left field. It's going to be a ground ball towards second base. Manny Recchi will field it, go to first, which is Miracle. Not a Miracle, but Lucas Miracle. And they'll get the first out of the inning. Kai Shek in center field for TRU, and Jared Sucro, the stalwart right fielder for the WolfPack, taking up that position out there. Be a high fly ball, not particularly deep. Kai Shek will get underneath it, and he'll make the catch. So a handful of pitches in, and Keith Manby has 2 outs. Called strike 1 for Manby. Inside edge for strike 2, so Manby quickly up 2-0, or I guess 0-2 on the count. Oh, what a breaking ball. And they'll give him the outside edge. The Cascade hitter in disbelief as he walks off the field. A 3-pitch strikeout. And I believe that was Logan Rogers, who had a heck of a game in the first game of the doubleheader. But he'll be the 3rd out of the inning. Keith Manby has an excellent start to the game, and the TRU WolfPack will go into the bottom of the 1st, looking for some runs to take a lead here. Currently tied 0-0. Carter Spencer, today's shortstop for the Wolfpack, leading off game 2 here in the bottom of the first for TRU. Spencer, I believe, was 0 for 4 in the first game with a walk, maybe 0 for 3, but ooh, he'll take it high and inside pitch. He squared to bunt. It looked like he was doing that late to try and catch the Cascade defense off guard. Managed to avoid getting pegged in the upper area with that ball. He'll go back to work here. And that'll be inside for ball 2. So 2 inside pitches by the Cascade right-handed pitcher, Matthew Pichenyuk. It's going to be high but shallow. Fly ball to right field. It's going to carry actually further than I thought it was going to. Carry right to the right fielder. And that'll be the first out of the inning. Jared Sucro, Wolfpack's right fielder. Second batter of the game for TRU. He's going to put a hard ground ball towards the shortstop. Takes a hop at the very last second. Shortstop feels it nicely, goes across, throws it in the dirt. But first baseman for UFV does a nice job. And that's Drinkle, who was the catcher of the first game. He pulls it out of the dirt, and quickly the Wolfpack have 2 away. Manny Recchi, the designated hitter for today. First game and this game. I believe I may have referred to Manny Recchi as being the second baseman when I was going around the horn for defense, but that was indeed Manny Birch. Apologies if I misspoke. Recchi quickly up 2-0 in the count. Looking to get things started for the Wolfpack here in the bottom of the first. And it'll be sprayed back to the screen, making the count, 2-1. Not sure if that'll help. That's game 2, Lenny.
Thank you.
Recchi will walk on 5 pitches. And he'll trot down to first, and he'll be the first base runner of the inning and the game for TRU. That'll bring Lucas Miracle off to call me your first baseman for this game. Be outside. Catcher tried to frame it nicely, that being Pennington. Umpire wasn't buying. So Miracle goes to work with a 1-0 count, 2 away here in the bottom of the first, and a runner on first. That ball will be sprayed well foul into the parking lot, evening the count at 1-1. Going to be a fly ball out to left field. Fielder's going back. It's going to go over his head off the base of the fence. Recchi's going to get the wave home. There's going to be a play at home, and it's going to be really close, and it's going to be thrown out at home. So Coach Chadwick takes a risk by sending Recchi home there. Great hit by Miracle, and Recchi tries to slide under the tag, but catcher's nice job to catch it on the hop. Makes the tag. And that'll end the inning. Keith Mamby back on the bump here to start the second inning. UFV will send Nicholas Cleland to the plate. Be a high fly ball to right field. Sucro keeps backpedaling. He's at the track, and he'll make the catch right on the edge of the track. And that'll give the Wolfpack the first out of the inning. Foul ball back towards the screen. There'll be strike one on the batter, who appears to be Carson Chan. Now he gets a called strike on the inside edge. Be just low and inside for ball one. So the count 1-2 to Chan. Well outside for ball two. So Chan works the count to even at 2. Wolfpack in a bit of a shift defense. Ryan Petrie pretty much the only fielder on the left side on the infield. Spencer blading over a little bit on the left side of second now, but most fielders favoring the right side for Chan. So the count now full to Chan. It'll be just inside, maybe a little bit low. Mamby will give up his first walk of the day. Devin Pennington, the hitter for UFV at the plate. Pennington with a home run this season for the Cascades. He's going to put this one really high, but not nearly far enough for anything a home run related. And Ryan Petrie will get underneath that at third base, make the catch on the shallow fly ball. So 2 away now here in the top of the second. Carter Moffitt seeing his first action of the day, I believe, for the Cascades. Swing and a miss for strike one. Be a ground ball towards first baseman. Miracle gets on his knees and knocks it down with his chest. Ends up gathering the ball up, stepping up, and basically stepping right in front of the runner's path on his way to first base. So gets the out, and Keith Mamby throwing another strong inning after 17 pitches. He's got 2 innings under his belt. No hits, no runs for the UFV Cascades, and the TRU Wolfpack will go into the bottom of the second, hoping to generate some offense to get on the board here at Norbrock Stadium, Kamloops, British Columbia. This game's third baseman, Ryan Petrie. Big right-handed hitter for TRU to the plate, leading off the inning for the Wolfpack here in the bottom of the second. The high fly ball can be the foul territory. Looks like the catcher has a chance at it. And he'll make the catch about halfway between the plate and the UFV dugout. So Petrie retired after 2 pitches on a foul ball pop fly, and that'll bring center fielder Kai Sheck to the plate. Sheck with an adventurous first game at the plate. Led off, I believe, his first at-bat. Not a leadoff necessarily, but his first at-bat of the game was a hard ground ball just inside the first baseline. This is going to be a shot right back to the screen for strike 1. Sheck, whose first hit of game 1 went into the right field corner of the park, resulted in Sheck trying to turn it into a triple. Got tagged on a really close play at third base. And then later in the game, Sheck had a very nice hit down the left field side, ended up rethinking his strategy of making it into a double, jammed on the brakes, went to go back to first, and then an error by UFV ended up allowing Sheck to go to second. Sheck's going to watch this ball land. Ooh. In the glove on a spectacular catch by UFV's right fielder. Nate James, who was playing second base in the first game. The question was whether or not, actually the question was how much was that ball going to land foul on the right field line. In fact, Sheck didn't even leave the batter's box. It ended up landing not that foul. And it actually didn't even end up landing because James came in out of nowhere and made a diving catch to get the out. That'll bring Hayden Dolly to the plate. This game's catcher for TRU. It's going to be a foul ball back towards the screen, and it's going to be out of play. Swing and a miss by Dolly. Matthew Pachiniak back on the mound for UFV here in the second inning. Prior to this game, Pachiniak had thrown 5 innings, recording 5 strikeouts, and had a 3.6 ERA. Dolly had a check swing there, which I think was called a strike on the swing. Regardless, it was a strike 3 and the third out of the inning, so the Wolfpack don't register any runs in their bottom or their half of the second inning. And we'll go into the top of the third, tied 0-0 here at Norbrock Stadium. Welcome back to Norbrock Stadium here. Beautiful day. Game 1 in the books. Game 2 currently entering the top of the third inning. Keith Manby back on the mound. Has had 2 solid innings of work leading up to here. Nate James, I believe, the right fielder, made a spectacular catch in the last inning. Left-handed hitter for the Cascades at the plate. Count 1-1 to James. Beautiful day here in Kamloops, reaching our peak temperature here right about now. Just after 4:30 local time. 16 degrees. Feels like 18 degrees. Might even suggest it feels a little bit warmer when you're in the sun itself. Very little, if any, breeze today. Manby up 1-2 on James. And it's going to be a foul ball down the first base line, keeping the count at 1-2. Manby gets James to bite on the outside pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Manby records a strikeout for the first out of the inning. Chase Martin up to bat for the Cascades. He's going to drive one to left field. Cash Talbot is going to have it go over his head. Not a great read by Talbot. Kind of got his feet tied up there trying to figure out where the ball was going to go. That ball was on a rope and just kind of kept going. And Chase Martin will have a stand-up double. Talbot's going to have a hard time picking up where that ball was going to go. It was so low to the ground as that drive never really got any height to it. Hard to read for the fielder. And at first I thought he had an instant beat on it, and then you could tell that he realized it was going to go over his head, and that it did. One hop to the fence. So Cascades with a runner on 2 here with 1 out in the top of the third. Brady Dorwart at the plate for UFE, another left-handed hitter for the Cascades. They get a called strike. Count now 1-1 to Dorwart. That double by Martin, I believe, was the first hit allowed by Manby in this game. It's going to be a foul ball, foul towards the TRU bullpen. Count 1-2 to Dorwart. 1 out here, top of the third. And that's going to be a breaking ball. It just misses the outside edge. It's going to be a slow hopper towards Birch at first. Dorwart's got some good speed, but Birch able to get the throw over to Miracle at 1 for the out. That will advance Martin over to third. So with 2 out here in the top of the third, UFE will have a runner on third. And Keegan Drinkle will come to the plate here, the big left-handed hitter for UFV, looking to keep the inning going for the Cascades. Pitch outside for ball 1.
I take the opportunity after BP.
Ooh, just somehow missed the outside edge on that. You see kind of everybody looking around waiting for the umpire to make the strike call, but it didn't happen. It'll prompt Dolly to go out to the mound to have a quick conversation with Mamby. Won't get the inside edge call either, so no call on the outside edge, no call on the inside edge. And Mamby now has to go to work with a 3-0 count on the big left-handed hitter for UFE. That one's going to go right down the pipe. Mamby likely not wanting to give Drinkle one of those pitches, as Drinkle obviously knows how to hit, led the team in average coming into this series. That's going to be chopped out to left field, and Cash Talbot's not going to be able to get to it. It's going to one-hop to Talbot at the track. Talbot's going to do a nice job getting it in. That'll hold Drinkle to a single, but it'll be an RBI single as Martin will trot across the plate, and the first run of the game will be scored, and it'll be credited to UFE, who take a 1-0 lead here in the top of the third. Good hard line drive by Drinkle. No chance for Talbot to get to it. He actually did a nice job getting it on the one hop and holding Drinkle to a single. Curveball outside for ball 1. Logan Rogers, right-handed hitter for UFV, hit a 2-run shot in game number 1 early on, right around this time in the game actually. It's going to be a hard ground ball at the middle. Spencer's going to get to it, toss it to Birch. And a nice job by Spencer, who dives across the middle of the infield to prevent that ball from getting through, and that will end the inning. And it'll end the threat for the Cascades, but not before they score a run in the top of the third, which the Wolfpack will look to regain, and maybe then some, going into bottom of the 3 here at Norbrock Stadium. Cash Talbot leading off the bottom of the third inning for the Wolfpack, trailing 1-0 to the UFV Cascades. Chopped foul back to the screen. That'll make the count 0-2 to Talbot here early in this at-bat. Breaking ball. I think Talbot was waiting for that to hit his elbow guard, and then it took a left at Albuquerque and must have just missed the inside of the plate. Talbot goes back to work with a 1-2 count. It's going to be a ground ball. It's going to split third and short, and Talbot will have the single to start the third inning for the Wolfpack. Matthew Pachenyk back on the mound for the Cascades here. In for his third inning of work in this game. He's thrown about just under 25 pitches. Manny Birch playing second base in this game. Played third base in the first game. He'll watch the first pitch low and away for ball one. Going to catch outside edge for strike one. So the count 1-1 to Birch. Birch's first at-bat of the game. You'll watch strike two across the outside edge of the plate. So Birch down 1-2 in the count. He's got a runner on first and nobody out here in the bottom of the third. And it'll be a swing and a miss on a breaking ball, and Birch will go down swinging for the first out of the inning. Carter Spencer, the batter, to the plate. He'll watch strike one. Foul ball to the right field parking lot. So Spencer quickly down 0-2 in the count. 0-1 in this game. 0-3 or 4 maybe in the first game. No, we had a walk in the first game, so it might have only been 0-3. And he'll chop that one again into the opposite field parking lot. Spencer knows there's a newer ump behind the plate. Bit of an unpredictable entity back there right now. And that'll be low and away. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to the Wolfpack shortstop. Spencer hitting .363 coming into this game. 8 RBIs, a bunch of walks. And that's going to be inside. He probably wishes he wore that one just to reset the count. So Spencer battles back to 2-2 in the count here. He's going to put a nice grounder between third and short. That'll advance Talbot to second. And Spencer has his first hit of the day. You see him take a big sigh of relief out there. Jared Sucro, the TRU right fielder to the plate, working with runners on first and second, one away here in the bottom of the third. Talbot, the runner on second, Spencer, the runner on first. And Sucro will watch low and away for ball one. It'll be outside edge for strike one. Nice strong fastball by Pechenyuk. Sucro would love to take that outside fastball and spray it down the right field line here for extra bases. He's going to put this one towards the shortstop. Shortstop's going to get eaten up by that. I was going to say it's going to get through him, but it actually hit his glove and got knocked down. Talbot actually did a nice job kind of creating a screen before advancing to third. So what I'm sure is going to be an error to the UFV shortstop will result in bases being loaded and designated hitter Manny Recchi coming to the plate. And that'll be outside edge for strike one. It's going to be, nice ground ball again, eating up the shortstop. That's going to have Talbot come across. Spencer's going to come across, and he'll beat the throw easily. Slides in unnecessarily head first, as he tends to do. Of course, he doesn't know where that ball is and when it's being thrown in. So again, a nice kind of screen job by the base runner, that time Spencer. And it kind of fools Rogers, the shortstop. This one not being able to, too much zip on that hit for it to be knocked down. It gets through to left center field, and that'll score two. And much as was the case in the first game, the Wolfpack now take the lead by a run here in the bottom of the third with only one out. Runners on first and second. Lucas Miracle. Runners going to third. It's going to be an airmail, and that's going to allow Jared Sucro to get up, and if he can stay on his feet. Nicely done by the TRU base runners. Sucro was stealing third to start. I didn't see whether or not Recchi was going to second. The throw from the UFV catcher was airmailed into left field. Sucro got up and somewhat stumbled his way home, trying to kind of keep up with the speed of his legs. And Recchi did a nice job coming into third, sliding under the tag. So that's the third run of the inning for TRU, and a runner on third now. Miracle will go back to work with a 2-strike count. Swing and a miss, and a rare strikeout by Lucas Miracle. Third baseman Ryan Petrie walking up to the plate. Appeared to be wondering where his walk-up song was as he looks up to the TRU rookies running the music somewhat in disgust. The look, not the way they're running the music. He's going to put a ground ball towards second base. It's going to be fielded on the backhand by the second baseman, who will go to first base. That will end the inning, but not before the TRU Wolfpack score 3 runs in their bottom of the third to take a 3-1 lead going into top of 4 here at Norbrock Stadium. Nicholas Cleland leading off the top of the fourth for the UFV Cascades. Keith Mamby back on the mound for the Wolfpack. Mamby pitching just under 12 pitches per inning on average here through the first three. Out for his fourth inning of work against Cleland. It's going to be a high fly ball to left field. Not deep. Cash Talbot comes running in and will make the catch for the first out of the inning. Carson Chan to the plate now, the left-handed hitter for UFE. Swing and a miss for strike one. It's going to be a high fly ball, shallow left field. Same thing, Talbot runs in, makes the catch. Second verse, same as the first, and the Wolfpack have two quick out here in the top of the fourth inning. It's going to be a high, shallow fly ball, center field. Spencer backing up, Sheck running in. Sheck calls off Spencer. And just like that, I think that lowered the 12-pitch average for Mamby. Wolfpack retire the side. And they'll go back to the sticks here in the bottom of the fourth at Norbrock Stadium, looking to add to their 3-1 lead. Kai Shek, the Wolfpack center fielder, leading off the bottom of the fourth for TRU, starting off with a strike against. Put a ground ball to third base. Third base is going to come up throwing across the diamond. First base will make the catch, and Shek will be the first out of the inning. Matthew Pechenik back on the mound for UFV. Pechenik entering his fourth inning of work for the Cascades. He's made about 45 pitches so far. Hayden Dolly, this game's catcher for the Wolfpack. He'll get called ball one. One and one, the count to Dolly, with one out here in the bottom of the fourth. TRU looking to add to their 3-1 lead. Dolly watches low and away for ball two. High for ball three, so Dolly patiently working a 3-1 count here. And a swing and a miss, it'll make the count full. And they're going to get called third strike. So Pechenik gets a strikeout for the second out of the inning. Cash Talbot, the left fielder, will come to the plate. Third batter for the Wolfpack here in the bottom of the fourth. Looking to get something started offensively for TRU. Swing and a miss. Sprayed foul into the parking lot. Talbot quickly down 2 strikes in the count. And a swing and a miss. So Pechenik has a strong inning of his own. Both pitchers dicing here in the fourth. Wolfpack go 3 up, 3 down, and the Cascades will come out in the top of the fifth, looking to right their ship as they currently trail 3-1. Carter Moffat leading off the top of the fifth for the Cascades. Keith Manby back on the bump for the Wolfpack. Throws strike one on the inside edge to start the at-bat for Moffat. Looking around, no changes to the Wolfpack defense from the start of this game. Again, Coach Chadwick mixing things up here in game two. Moffat swings and a miss for strike two, so 1-2 the count to Moffat. Ryan Petrie is your third baseman here in game two. Spencer remains at short. Manny Birch over to second base where he's had some action this year. It's going to be a ground ball towards Birch. Actually, Miracle's going to make the play, and he's going to throw it away. A nice cover by Hayden Dolly, the catcher. Lucas Miracle did a nice job, kind of a crossover dive between Miracle and Birch. Miracle actually seems to field the ball cleanly. He tries to come up to his knees to make the play over to Manby, but the ball gets past Manby. Again, Dolly being Johnny on the spot there, doing a great job covering from the catcher position. So Moffat will stay at first. Nate James, the batter, in for UFV, squares the bunt and retracts. This is where it'll be interesting to see how the Wolfpack defense react with some players in, shall we say, rarely played positions. Bunt defense. A little something to get used to. Mammy down 2 balls to James. It'll be low, so Mamby down in the count, 3-0 to James. Runner on first, nobody out here in the top of the fifth. Wolfpack holding on to a 3-1 lead. Both teams with 3 hits apiece. Mamby will get his first strike of the at-bat to James here. UFE credited with 3 errors. And that'll be inside for ball 4. So James will walk down to first. That'll bump Moffat over to second. And that'll bring Chase Martin up to the plate, I believe. Chase Martin, I believe, with a double in his last at-bat, just going by memory here. Bunt laid down by Chase. Going to be picked up by the catcher, Dolly, who will fire to first. And Martin's going to beat the throw. Martin with some good speed. Bunt was in a good spot for UFE. It kind of brought Dolly, the catcher, and Mammy, the pitcher, together, and they kind of had to hesitate to see who was going to grab it. The right play by having Dolly grab it. He's already kind of facing first base, but that hesitation may have cost the Wolfpack the out at first, as Martin was able to just beat out the throw. Not sure if it would have made a difference. So bases loaded here with nobody out in the top of the fifth. Mamby and the Wolfpack in a bit of a bind. It's going to be a line drive. It's going to hit the bloop in left field. Talbot's going to go and grab it. It's actually going to go off Talbot's glove. He'll get the ball in, and 2 runs will score. And just like that, the game is tied 3 apiece. So a nice high line drive that found the left center gap. Talbot did well to get over there. wasn't able to field it cleanly. It wouldn't have made a difference anyways. And with a spot open at first base, Coach Chadwick will strategically walk the big left-handed hitter for UFV, Dorwart. Actually, that wasn't Dorwart, sorry, that was Kringle. Drinkle, sorry. So Keegan Drinkle gets the automatic walk to first. That brings up the dangerous Logan Rogers. Rogers, who was 3 for 4 or maybe 4 for 4 in the first game with a 2-run home run, now takes the position at the plate with bases loaded. He'll watch a nice curveball from Mamby, paint the outside edge for strike 1. So UFV threatening to do some more damage here with bases loaded again and nobody out. Found themselves in that scenario just 2 batters ago, and 2 of those runners came across. It's going to be sprayed foul, so Mamby way up on Rogers here, 0-2 early in the at-bat. Curveball that I think the batter thought was going to hit him, but it curved. Not enough to catch the inside edge of the plate, but the count now 1-2 to Rogers. Outside edge. So Rogers upset at the strike 3 call. I think that's his second strikeout of the game. I think he led off his first at bat that way. So Wolfpack get an important out here with bases loaded, but that brings Nicholas Cleland to the plate. Big left-handed hitter for the Cascade. It's going to be a ground ball down the third baseline. That's going to be, and the umpire called a foul ball. That was very, very close. Umpire definitely has the best angle on that. Not much of an argument from the third base coach who was standing right there of UFV, so I guess he got the right call. TRU very lucky that that ball went foul. That would have scored 2 for sure. Mamby will go back to work against Cleland here with 1 strike. It's going to be a ground ball to second. This should be a double play, and they'll get the double play. So a nice ground ball to Manny Birch, who fields it, tosses it on his backhand to Spencer at second. Second has to throw a bullet over to first, and they just get the runner. So the Wolfpack bend, bleed a little bit, but they get the tourniquet on that inning before it got too ugly. And going into the bottom of the 5th, the TRU Wolfpack and the UFV Cascades find themselves tied at 3. Manny Birch leading off the bottom of the fifth for the Wolfpack. UFV's Matthew Pachinyuk back on the plate for his fifth inning of work. Pachinyuk's thrown only just over 55 pitches, keeping his pitch count pretty low through the first 4+ innings here. He's down 2-1 in the count to the batter, Birch. Swing and a miss by Birch. Foul tip as indicated by the ump. So that'll make the count 2-2. Birch 0 for 1 in this game. He'll put that one back out of play, keeping the count at 2-2. Ooh, nice curveball by Pachinyuk. Kind of fools Birch. Swing and a miss to register the strikeout. That'll bring shortstop Carter Spencer to the plate. Spencer 1 for 2 in this game with a single in his last at-bat. Looking to get things started for the Wolfpack here in the bottom of the fifth with the game tied at 3. Pachinyuk will get the call on the outside edge. You can see Spencer nodding in agreement, satisfied with the call. That'll be low. Ooh, I don't think Spencer will agree with that one, but the umpire is going to call strike 2. You can see Spencer asking how much lower that zone's willing to go. So Spencer will change his stance a little bit, down 2 strikes. And he'll watch, he'll watch an outside edge pitch go for ball 1. And they'll be in the dirt for ball 2. So Spencer battles back to even the count at 2-2. And he'll put this one to right field. Right fielder looks like he's got a bead on it maybe. And he makes a shoestring catch, I think. Base ump usually makes that call. I looked at the base ump. He wasn't even facing the fielder. So that ball started to slice a little bit. I thought Spencer might get lucky. The right fielder had to make a shoestring catch just before it hit the ground. And Spencer will be the second out of the inning with right fielder Jared Sucro coming to the plate. Nate James, the right fielder. Lucky he made that catch. If it gone under the glove, Spencer would still be running. Instead, Spencer is sitting in the dugout, and Sucro is down 1 strike here with 2 away in the bottom of the fifth. High and inside for ball 2. 2-1 the count to Sucro, who's 0 for 2 in this game. Sucro hitting .289 on the season. Does have a home run and 10 RBIs. Sucro, I believe, led the team in average last year with a freakishly high batting average. Outside for ball 3. So the count is full to Sucro. Pacheniak seems to be throwing harder as the game goes on here. Up to about 70 pitches, it looks like. Gonna be outside for ball 4. So Sucro with 2 away here in the bottom of the 5th will be the Wolfpack's first base runner of the inning. And Manny Recchi, the designated hitter, will come to the plate looking to do some 2-out damage against the Cascades with the score tied 3-3 as we've reached almost the halfway point of the game. Be low for ball 1. Swing and a miss. Big hack by Recchi. Leaving the count at 1 apiece. UFE out hitting TRU 5-3 so far in this game. Also out erroring, if that's a word. 3-0. That ball's going to get away from the catcher. Sucro's going to go and head for a slide in the second. Catcher won't make the throw. So forces are off. And Sucro now in a scoring position. And Manny Recchi will go back to work with 2 out here and a 2-ball, 1-strike count. If Recchi can hit some sort of a gap, you think you'll see the speedy Sucro sent from second to home. And that's going to be off the pitcher's glove. Gratuitous hop to the second baseman. And very unfortunate for Recchi as that ball looked like it was labeled to go up the middle. And we would have tested my theory there. But that ball goes off Pacheniak's glove and literally right to where the second baseman was standing. He makes the play to first. UFE records the 3rd out of the inning, and the TRU Wolfpack will come back out to play some defense against the Cascades, who look to try and break this 3-all deadlock at Norbrock Stadium. Leading off the top of the 6th for the UFE Cascades. Left-handed hitter Carson Chan. Chan 0 for 1 in this game. Keith Manby back on the bump for his 6th inning of work for TRU. Manby having a strong game. Allowed 1 run in the 3rd, 2 runs in the 5th. Just over 60 pitches in. It's going to be a line drive just over Manby's head. Manby, who ducked for cover, probably wisely getting out of the way of that shot. And Chan will be on with a line drive single out to center field.
actually never had it toasted hot.
Devin Pennington, the hitter for UFV. Pennington 0 for 2 in this game. Mamby with a couple of pitches well outside of the strike zone to start this at bat. Pennington goes to work with nobody out here in the top of the 6th. Got a runner on first. Be a swing and a miss by the big left-handed hitter for the Cascade. Mamby will go and check Chan at first. Chan dives back in plenty of time. It'll be inside. I think it just got a piece of Pennington's arm. So Pennington advances to first on the hit by pitch. And the UFV Cascades have their first 2 batters aboard. That being on first and second. Carter Moffitt, the batter at the plate for UFV. So much like last inning, the TRU WolfPack in a little bit of trouble here early in the inning. It's going to be a bunt lay down by Moffitt, be fielded by Mamby. He's going to throw it over to Birch, who was covering from second, and that's going to get by Birch. And that'll allow a run to score, and that'll allow Moffitt to go to second. So an error on the WolfPack defense. I'm not sure if they'll give it to Mamby or to Birch. Definitely a low throw by Mamby in the dirt. Wasn't sure if Birch was going to be able to pick it out until I saw it skip by him. So unfortunate for the WolfPack, who were looking to record their first out of the inning. It would have advanced runners to second and third, but as it is, it actually scored a run. So again, a little bit of a back and forth battle here. Cascades go up 4-3 with nobody out in the top of the 6th, and the Cascades have 2 runners in scoring position. Another outside pitch by Mamby. I don't see any activity in the TRU bullpen yet. That'll be low for ball 2. Nick James, the batter at the plate for UFE. He's 0 for 1 in this game. Got 2 runners in scoring position, and he'll watch strike 1 come across the plate. That'll make the count 3-1. That'll be outside, and that'll be a walk. Dolly will call time, and he'll walk out to the mound. That'll prompt a trip from Coach Chadwick, probably to check on Mamby, who appears to be struggling a little bit with his control here in the 6th inning. I see Caleb Pellin warming up in the TRU bullpen now. So I think Coach Chadwick will have a talk with Mamby, see how much time he can buy him just to try and get Mamby a little bit of rest. So 1 run here in the top of the 6th for UFE that's given the Cascade a 4-3 lead. They have runners on 3rd and 2nd and 1st for that matter. So let's call it bases loaded. That sounds like a good term for it. With nobody out. So UFE looking to do some damage. And I believe it's Chase Martin to the plate, who has actually had, I believe, a good game at the plate. A nice curveball by Manby will be strike 1. It's going to be a squeeze play, a failed squeeze play. So Martin tries to lay down a bunt. The pitch actually came in high. Martin missed, but the runner was going from 3rd to home, counting on the contact by the batter, and ran right into the waiting arms of Hayden Dolly, who was holding the ball from the missed bunt. So a bit of a break there for the Wolfpack. Now, sure, runners on 2 and 1 for the Cascade. And it'll be, swinging a tip foul count. 2 strikes on Martin, and Dolly almost held on to that. And had he, it would have been a second out in the at-bat. And a swing and a miss, so Manby gets Martin to strike out. That, in addition to the failed squeeze play by the Cascades, there's now, instead of bases loaded, nobody out. 1 batter later, there's 2 away and runners on 1st and 2nd. That squeeze play, of course, works like a charm, but it's called a suicide squeeze because when the batter misses, well, that runner going from 3rd to home pretty much has no options. Going to try another bunt. Be wise to let it roll foul, and they do. Nice bunt laid down by Dorwart. So the Cascades pulling out a little bit of small ball here, trying to keep the inning alive, and Dorwart will be down 1 strike in the count. Brian Petrie, the TRU third baseman, still playing relatively deep regular distance, so they're not playing the bunt here. And Dorwart will swing. It's going to be a fly ball to right center. Kai Sheck isn't going to be able to get it, and he's going to actually take a ill-advised angle. That ball's going to roll to the fence, and that's going to score a couple of runs. And Dorwart's going to get a triple out of that. I think Sheck had committed to trying and going right to the line of that hit and try and catch the ball, and then realized he wasn't going to get to it, and then had to kind of veer like a 747 going full speed to try and catch up with that ball that went right to the fence. So Dorwart with a 2-run triple. And the Wolfpack, who looked like they were going to get out of this relatively unscathed, now allowed 3 runs in the top of the 6th. And the UFE Cascades lead 6-3 with a runner on 3rd. Drinkle, the batter at the plate. It's going to be a ground ball. It's going to get, Manny Birch almost made a nice backhanded play on that. I thought I was going to get by him. And then he was there, and then it bounced off his glove. I don't think they'll give him an error for that. Maybe they do. So they'll score another run, and the Wolfpack find themselves down 7-3. Keith Manby looking to stop the bleeding here. Manby's pitched a strong game, ran into some early inning problems in the 5th, which resulted in 2 runs against, and now 3 runs here in the 6th. It'll be a ground ball towards the shortstop Spencer, who's going to grab it and throw across, and they'll get the out at first to end the inning. So Keith Mamby will likely be done for the day, leaving after 6 full innings of work, allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. Not sure if those will all be deemed earned. The Wolfpack have been dinged with 2 errors, so looks like Manny Birch will get credited with an error on that tough play out at second base. And the TRU Wolfpack will come to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th with some work to do. Down by 4. With 4 more innings to try and make up for 4 runs without allowing any more. Just going to the out-of-town scoreboard here in the CCBC. Of course, the TRU Wolfpack beat these UFV Cascades 7-6 in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Currently down 7-3. The Prairie Baseball Academy beat the Edmonton Collegiate Hawks 12-3 in Game 1. And in the top of the 9th, the Dogs are beating the Collegiate Hawks 14-6. So it looks like Prairie Baseball Academy will take both games of the doubleheader here today on doubleheader Saturday. Vancouver Island University beat the University Baseball Club 9-2 in Game 1. And in Game 2, it looks like VIU and UBC are tied at 3 in the top of the 3rd. First baseman Lucas Miracle to the plate. He'll look to get things started here for the Wolfpack in the bottom of the 6th. Miracle 1 for 2 in this game, still maintaining a .500 batting average over the first, well now 2 1/4 series. 11 for 22. A good example of Miracle not being behind the plate to catch, but he's in at first base. As Coach Chadwick looking to keep his hot bat in the lineup. Matthew Pachenik back on the mound for a 6th inning of work here for UFV. He'll throw a 4-pitch walk to Miracle, who will head down to first base. Miracle not the catcher in this game, so he won't get a designated runner. That'll bring third baseman Ryan Petrie to the plate. Petrie, of course, usually a first baseman for TRU, getting moved over to third base for this game. Hasn't seen a ton of action on that hot corner in this game. He'll watch outside. Ooh. Catcher brought that in and framed it nicely, or at least nice enough for the umpire to call it a strike. Petrie 0 for 2 in this game. Catcher tries again to frame it. Blue not falling for this one. That'll be outside. Catcher won't even try to frame that one. So the count now 2-1 to Petrie with a runner on first. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th. Cascades scored 4 runs in the top of the 6th to take a somewhat commanding 7-3 lead here. It's going to be a bloop that's going to land in the shortstop's glove. Unfortunate for Petrie. Just needed about another few inches to get over that shortstop's glove, and it's going to dive midair. Looked like it was going to be a nice bloop into left center field, but just stopped carrying, and that's going to be the first out of the inning. And center fielder Kai Sheck will come to the plate. Sheck always a good threat to get things going for the Wolfpack. He'll do kind of a hesitant swing, mind you, on that high pitch coming in from Pachenik. So Sheck quickly down 1 strike in the count. That'll be low and away. Good leave by Sheck to make the count 1-1. The ball's going to get past the catcher, so Sheck squared to bunt, retracted it. Not sure if that distracted Pechenik or what, but a rare wild pitch by Pechenik gets past the catcher Pennington. That'll allow Miracle to advance to second, and Sheck will go back to work with a 2-1 count. It's going to be off the end of Sheck's bat. It's going to be out the reach of the second baseman who sprawled out to try and dive for it. So Sheck will get a single that'll advance Miracle to third, and the TRU WolfPack will have runners on the corners with one out here in the bottom of the sixth, and Hayden Dolly, the catcher, coming to the plate. And Dolly will watch the first pitch on the outside edge for strike one. Going to check Sheck at first. He's back in plenty of time. Sheck's going. It's going to be a nice ground ball down the third base line. Third base is going to come throwing across to first. First baseman does a nice job. Has come off the bag to make the catch, but able to make the tag on Dolly before he got to first base. So Dolly will get an RBI on that. He'll advance Sheck to second. Sheck was actually on the go at the point of contact. Dolly with a nice ground ball down the third baseline. Third baseman did a nice job to get something out of it. So a 2 out here in the bottom of the sixth. WolfPack close the gap to within 3, and Cash Talbot will come to the plate with a runner on second. And he's going to put one to right center. Looks like the center fielder's got a beat on it, and he does indeed. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the WolfPack threat. They'll get a run to bring the score to a 7-4 deficit, and the WolfPack will go take the field in the top of the seventh, with, I believe, Caleb Pellin coming out to the mound for TRU, hoping to hold the UFV Cascade to a 3-run lead. Caleb Pelland out to pitch for the TRU WolfPack here in the top of the 7th. Sorry, I just paused because it looked like after his first pitch he was hopping around, almost favoring a sore leg of some sort. Seems to have worked that out. Nicholas Cleland, the batter at the plate for UFV. Pelland, a TRU freshman. Got lots of action in the preseason and the Arizona trip, showing well. Limited action here early in the spring season. Had some flu issues to start the season, and only has 1/3 of an inning credited under his belt here after the first 2 series. He'll find his pitch there on the 3-0 count, making it 3-1 to Cleland. It'll be ball 4. So a 5-pitch walk to Cleland, and UFE will have their leadoff hitter aboard. Carson Chan now batting for the Cascade. Left-handed hitter is 1-for-2 in this game, working with nobody out and a runner on first here in the top of the 7th. Cascades looking to add to their 3-run lead, currently up 7-4. It's going to be a hard ground ball. Manny Birch with a nice play. He's going to have to go to first for the only out. But Birch with a diving play on the grounder. Originally got up thinking he might have a play at 2. Quickly waved that off and went to first. Spencer and Birch having a conversation there about it. So the Wolfpack registered their first out of the 7th inning here, but the Cascades do have a runner on second. And it can be inside. Dolly does a nice job keeping that ball in front of him. Had to actually go to the backhand on the very inside pitch. Could be a hard line drive that's going to go between third and short. That ball's got some power. Goes right to pretty much the fence. Kai Shek's going to get it in. That'll hold the batter to a double, but it will score a run, and the UFV Cascades will restore a 4-run lead on that ball that was ripped into the gap between third and short. That ball spent a lot of time skimming along the ground. You don't usually see a ball on the ground that long that goes all the way to the fence. That one did. Carter Moffat, the left-handed hitter at the plate for UFE, working with a runner on second, 1 out. That ball will be low. So 2-0 to Moffat. Pelland working to try and find his groove here early in the 7th. Be a high fly ball opposite field out of play. Moffat 1 for 3 in this game. This will be a high fly ball to center field. Kaishek is motoring back towards the track. He'll make the catch, and the runner will advance to third after tagging up. So runner on third now for UFV with 2 out. They'll bring, I believe, still playing right field, if I'm not mistaken, Nate James to the plate. Nate James played second base in the first game, at least for part of it, if not all of it. Moved over to right field, I think, for game 2. And he squares to bunt, retracts. Will it be called a ball? Be a ground ball between third and short. Ryan Petrie just kind of waves at it as it goes by. That'll score another one for UFV. It's an RBA single for James. That'll bring Chase Martin to the plate. Chase Martin, I believe, having a good day just by memory. I think he struck out in his last at-bat, but prior to that was having quite a good game at the dish. Be a ground ball towards third. Petrie will grab this one and go across the diamond. And that's going to draw Miracle off the bag. Miracle made the catch, but not able to keep his foot on the bag as that throw was to Miracle's right, that being towards the right fielder. So the Cascades will stay alive on the error. Runners are going. They're going to go down to the third. And the UFV runner will get under the tag. Dolly did a good job getting the ball there on a rope. Both runners had a pretty good jump. And Petrie not able to make the tag in time. So both runners in scoring position now as UFV gets aggressive on the base paths. Brady Dorrit, the batter. Dorrit 2 for 4 today. Or in this game, sorry, I guess I should specify. And a swing and a miss. Well, even the count at 1-1. Going to be a line drive to right center field. It's going to split the fielders. Suko will grab the ball on the track, and he'll get the ball in. And Dorrit, I believe, who had a stand-up triple earlier in the game. We'll get a stand-up triple here. And the UFV Cascades are blowing this one wide open with 2 runs in the 5th, 4 runs in the 6th, and 4 runs so far here in the 7th with 2 out. That'll give them an 11-4 lead as they're out hitting the Wolfpack 10-4. Dolly will go have a quick talk with Pelland. It'll be inside again. Dolly doing a nice job backhand picking that on the hop to keep that ball from going by, which would have undoubtedly scored the 5th run of the inning for the Cascades. Drinkle at the plate here. Might be a second at bat of the inning, I'm not sure. He'll get a called strike to even the count at 1-1. Be a ground ball towards second base. Manny Birch will field it cleanly, throw over to first, and the Wolfpack will get that all-elusive third out here, but not before the UFV Cascades add 4 more runs to their lead, and they're going to go up 11-4 as the Wolfpack look to try and undo some of that damage in the bottom of the 7th, taking the sticks here at Norbrock Stadium. Manny Birch leading off the 7th inning for the Wolfpack. Swing and a miss by Birch for strike 1. UFE with a new pitcher into the game. Jason Tamayo. Looks like Tamayo's pitched 2 innings so far for UFE this season. Likely against the Edmonton Collegiate Hawks in the first series, registering 3 strikeouts. Be a nice line drive to center field. Birch will be aboard with a single. That makes Birch 1 for 3 in this game. Good contact by Birch. Shortstop Carter Spencer to the plate for TRU, looking to keep this inning going with Birch on first. It's going to be inside. Wolfpack down by a bunch now, 7 to be exact. And they'll need to get some runs here in the bottom of the 7th if they want any real chance of coming back to make a game out of this. That'll be outside edge for strike one, so the count 1-1 to Spencer. Going to be off the inside handlebars. Going to be misplayed by the second baseman, and looks going to take a funny hop, and Spencer will take it. Advances Birch to second. Spencer will get to first. Kind of a weird hit that came off of Spencer's bat handle. Handcuffed the second baseman. And when he wasn't able to field it cleanly on the ground, it kind of came up and hopped off his shoulder. Second baseman will get credited for an error on the play. Wolfpack with runners at first and second. Jared Sucro, the right fielder, to the plate. Runners are going. They're going to go after Birch at third, and he's going to slide in under the tag. Both runners will be safe on the double steal. So 2 runners in scoring position now for Sucro. 0 for 2 in this game, hitting .289 on the season with 10 RBIs. Would love to add 1 or 2 more here in the bottom of the 7th. And he'll watch that one go outside. Catches a nice job keeping that ball in front of him, preventing Birch from coming home on the pass ball or the wild pitch. High and outside, ball 2. Ooh, inside for ball 3. Sucro does a nice job to go all matrix on that and avoid taking that one off the chest. That'll be way outside for ball 4. So Sucro will walk down to the open first bag, and the TRU Wolfpack will have bases loaded with nobody out and designated hitter Manny Recchi coming to the plate. Pretty good situation for the Wolfpack. That said, even if they were to convert all 4 of the runners I'm looking at, including Recchi, they still have some work to do, but that would be a great start. It's going to be strike 1 to Recchi. Recchi 0 for 2 in this game. Going to put that one way foul into the parking lot. So the count 0-2 to Recchi here early in the at-bat. Birch, the runner on third. Spencer, the runner on second. Sucro, the runner on first. It's going to be a high fly ball. Not so deep center field. It'll be interesting to see if they send Birch from third. He's going to go, and they're not going to even make a play at home. They're going to keep Spencer at second, making sure he doesn't get to third. Probably a smart play on the Cascades' part, especially with now an 11-5 lead. That would have been a tough play at home to catch the speedy Birch And you know, Spencer's always looking to see where that ball is going, and if that ball goes home, I think you'll find Spencer on his way to third. So UFV keeps the forces on with one out here in the bottom of the seventh. Runners on first and second for TRU, and first baseman Lucas Miracle. Runners are going, and it's going to be high, and Spencer's going to slide under the tag, and Spencer will go home on the same play, and Suku will come into third. So some more aggressive base running by the Wolfpack. Spencer there in time easily, but the throw from the catcher goes over the third baseman's head into left field. So now with 2 runs in the bottom of seventh, that closes the gap to 11-6. So 5-run lead for UFV with one out here in the bottom of the inning, and Jared Sucro, the runner, on third. Tamayo will get the call on the outside edge to count to Miracle 1-1 here with one out. And that's going to be high and inside. I think Miracle was trying to will that one off of his helmet. It actually never came down in time to do that. Went right over his head. And he'll put this one down the right field line, but foul. So 2-2 the count to Miracle. One out here in the bottom of the seventh. Wolfpack have 2 in. They've got a runner on third. Entered the inning down by 7. Currently down by 5. And Miracle will foul that one off to keep the count at 2-2. And it's going to be in the dirt. Miracle will check. Base ump waste no time, saying it wasn't a swing. So Miracle gets the count to full. Miracle, who's 1 for 2 in this game, batting .500 on the season. Only 2 RBIs, though. He would love to add to that RBI total with Sucro standing just 90 feet to his left here. And there'll be a swing and a miss for strike 3. Miracle strikes out, I think, the second time in this game. I may have jinxed him after his last strikeout, where I said it's something you haven't seen a whole lot of this year, and you really haven't. And that'll bring Ryan Petrie, the third baseman, to the plate. Petrie, who will hope to keep the inning alive with a runner on third, but 2 out here in the bottom of the seventh. He'll watch ball 1, just miss the outside edge of the plate. Beautiful evening as the sun sets here in Kamloops. Probably see the long shadows coming off the players and the lampstanders. It's going to be back to the screen for foul ball and strike 1. So 1-1 the count to Petrie. Still nice and warm here in Kamloops as the sun sets. Ooh, and Petrie will wash that one down the pipe. I think Petrie wants that one back. A little bit of a break to it, but showed center of the plate the entire way. Petrie looking at a 1-2 count now. And he'll check swing. Oof, that was close. You hear the 2s coming out of the TRU dugout with 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away here. 1 runner on third. It's going to be foul back to the screen, keeping the count at 2-2. Petrie hoping to find a gap here to keep the inning alive, and he'll actually watch the strike 3 pitch catch a lot of the outside edge of that plate, and he'll walk off as the third out of the inning. TRU scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th to bring the score to within 5. Cascades will take the top of the 8th, looking to add to their 11-6 lead here at Norbrock Stadium. Logan Rogers to the plate for the UFV Cascades. New pitcher on the mound for TRU. Hunter Graham comes out to the mound in relief of Caleb Pelland. Pelland leaves after 1 inning of work. Then Hunter will start with a breaking ball, catching the outside edge for strike 1. Graham being credited with 1 inning pitched here in the spring season so far. Got some preseason work in as well. Shows a strikeout in his 1 inning of work in the spring, and that looks like, ooh, just missing. Must have been a little bit high. Looks like 3 curveballs in a row, all landing in different spots for Graham. By design, I'm sure. And that'll be right down the pipe and swing and a miss by Rogers. Rogers 0 for 4 in this game. Was pretty much the opposite of that in the first game. Coming into this game, he was 7 for 13. A lot of those hits coming from the first game today. Does have a home run, which was his 2-run shot in the first game today in a losing cause. Looking at full count here, and that's going to be fouled back to the screen. High and outside, so Graham will walk his first batter of the inning, and Rogers will trot down to first base. That'll bring Nicholas Clellan to the plate. Runners going. Dolly's throwing. The one hopper won't be there in time. Nicholas Cullen, the batter for UFE, the big left-handed hitter, 0 for 3 in this game. And he's going to put that one slow roller. Spencer's not going to have a play. Spencer was playing deep and towards second, and that ball, it was actually really awkward the way it came off of Cullen's bat. It was a full swing, but almost hit the ground and had a wicked spin to it and just kind of kept spinning very slowly out towards the third base shortstop area. Spencer came running in and got it kind of in line with almost the mound or the line if you're to draw between first and third. No chance at a play. So runners on the corners for UFE, and that'll be a strike called on the batter, Carson Chan. Carson Chan 1 for 3 today, or at least in this game. Nobody out, runners on first and third. Graham will go to Miracle at first, checking the runner there. Be a pitch out, and Dolly's going to go have a quick conversation with Graham to make sure that they've got their signals straight here. I think Dolly was expecting a fastball pitch out on that, and that ball actually curved. Something you might not want to see on a pitch out, so they're just going to make sure they've got their signals straight. Dolly will come back to behind the plate, with Graham going back to work with 1 ball and 1 strike on Chan. Nobody out here in the top of the 8th. Runners on first and third for the Cascade, who look to add to their 5-run lead. And it's going to be a deep fly ball to left field. Cash Talbot's going to go back, and he's not going to make the catch. Gets the ball in. 1 run will score. Runners had to hold because of the fact there was nobody out. Talbot looked like he was going to try and make a nice over-the-shoulder catch there, and it just kind of kept going. And Talbot unable to make the catch. That ball goes to the fence, and that'll score 1. So UFE with a 12-6 lead. Runners on second and third, and nobody out. Graham throwing a lot of breaking balls here in this game. Most of them landing in pretty good spots. We sprayed into the parking lot for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the UFE batter. They'll be high and inside for ball 2. So 2-2 the count to the UFE batter. The count now full. 3-2. It's going to be swung at off the end of the bat. Cash Tubble will make the catch out in left field. Runner on third makes like he was going to go, then doesn't. So with one out here now in the top of the eighth, UFV with runners at third and second, and Carter Moffitt will come to the plate for the Cascades. Graham falls behind 2-0 in the count to Moffitt. Sun getting lower and lower here to our right. So the players on the left side of the field will have a hard time looking over to the right side of the field. Swing and a miss by Moffitt. That'll bring the count to 2-1. Infielders come in. It'll be well outside for ball 3. That'll be ball 4, well outside. So Moffitt will walk down to the open base at first. Dolly will make another trip to the mound. Graham's thrown 23-ish pitches here in the 8th inning. Bases loaded for the Cascade, threatening to add to their 12-6 lead with only one out here. High for ball 1. So it's Nate James batting for the Cascade. Graham getting a strike called on the outside edge, so that count is now 1-1. Be well fouled on the left field line, actually into the TRU dugout. Swing and a miss by James for strike 2. So Graham up in the count. So that was actually a strikeout. My bad. I missed one of the foul ball. So that was strike 3. So Nate James will walk off the field, being the second out of the inning. Chase Martin to the plate. Be a ground ball into the gap between third and short. Chase Talbot's going to come up throwing. It's going to get cut. That'll hold the runners at first and second with another couple of runs coming in. So 3 runs here in the top of the 8th have given the Cascades a 14-6 lead. Graham quickly up 1 strike on Dorwart, the Cascade batter. Hit ground ball foul, so Graham way up now on Dorwart. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 out here. There are runners on first and second for the Cascades. That'll be outside for ball 1. It's going to be a fly ball. Carter Spencer's going to go out into left center field to grab it from a shortstop position. That'll end the inning, but for the 4th inning in a row, the Cascades put up multiple runs, and they're going to go into the bottom of the 8th with a commanding 14-6 lead over the TRU WolfPack. Center fielder Kai Sheck leading off the bottom of the 8th for TRU.
Good shot, got a boy.
Sheck 1 for 3 in this game, hitting a very respectable 363 on the season with 9 RBIs. Will be inside for ball 2. Be a nice hard ground ball up the middle. They'll make Sheck 2 for 4 in this game. Starting off the bottom of the 8th with a nice single. Hayden Dolly batting now, the TRU catcher. Put that one back into foul territory. Ooh, Dolly will wear that one off the knee.
Straight up.
Dolly, the catcher, will get a courtesy runner, and he'll take advantage of that to try and run off that. Looks like he got him right above the knee, hopefully avoiding any kind of bone. Dolly looked like he was content to wear it, as they say. Looks like Brendan Grant coming in to run for the catcher. So runners on first and second for the Wolfpack. Jason Tamayo back on the bump for UFV in this inning. Came in the bottom of the 7th, allowed a couple of runs on a few hits. Not sure how many. And that ball's going to land just inside the right field line. That's Cash Talbot's going for multiple bases. Kai Sheck will come around to score. Brendan Grant's going to come around to score. And Cash Talbot's going to slide into third with a 2 RBI triple.
Does my hair look beautiful? Am I look right?
Talbot slicing one beautifully down the right field line. Just landed a foot or two fair. And that's always going to go for extra bases. That ball drifts into the deep, dark corner of Norbrock. So the Wolfpack making some noise here in the bottom of the 8th. They added 1 in the bottom of the 6th, 2 in the bottom of the 7th. They're up to 2 in the bottom of the 8th so far. It's still a 6-run deficit, so don't get excited just yet, but making some noise here in the bottom of the 8th with a runner on third and nobody out, and Manny Birch to the plate. Birch, who hit a line drive up the middle, I believe, in his last at-bat. Not happy with his swing there in the first pitch of this at-bat. He'll go back to work here. Down 1 strike. Swing and a miss. So Birch quickly down 2 strikes in the at-bat. And a 3-pitch strikeout for Jason Tamayo, getting Manny Birch swinging for the first out of the inning. I'll bring shortstop Carter Spencer to the plate for TRU. Spencer got on base for a weird hit to the second baseman. This was going to land in the gap in right field. Spencer will round first. He'll get the RBI as Talbot comes across to score. And Spencer will stay at first with an RBI single, making this game 14-9. The Wolfpack putting up 3 runs here in the bottom of the 8th. It'll be in the dirt. Nice job of the UFV catcher to keep that ball in front of him. Right fielder Jared Sucro, the batter now. He's going to put one to right field. Right fielder's going to have to try and track it down. He'll make the catch. Spencer will retreat to first. Couldn't go very far as it was, just in case, but that'll be the second out of the inning. And with a runner on first, designated hitter Manny Recchi to the plate. It'll be low for ball one. Another low pitch for ball two. 2-0 to Recchi with 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Runner on first. That'll be a called strike. So 2-1 now, the count to Recchi. Recchi will spray this one into the left field parking lot. So the count now even at 2. Runners going. Got a really good jump on that. The catcher's not even going to bother going down to second. And with a 5-run lead, probably not even giving it a second thought. Can be a ground ball past the outstretched second baseman. Spencer getting to second will now allow him to round third, and he'll come in to score. So Recchi with an RBI single brings the Wolfpack to within 4. First baseman Lucas Miracle to the plate. He'll watch strike 1. Manny Recchi, the runner, on first. Wolfpack mounting a little bit of a comeback here late in the game. Might be too little too late. Miracle will even the count at 1-1, watching that second pitch come in low and inside. It's going to be back to the screen, so the count now 1-2 to Miracle. Tamayo will check the runner at first. Recchi steps back. Plenty of time. Tamayo checking Recchi again at first. Again, Recchi back in plenty of time. Runners going. Catcher's juggling. He was going to go down in a second, but juggled the ball. So didn't end up throwing. So Wolfpack with a couple of stolen bases here in the bottom of the 8th. Putting runners in scoring position. So if Miracle can do what Recce did when Spencer stole second, that would knock in another run. 2s across the board, as you probably heard in the background. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Runner on 2. That's going to be in the dirt. So Miracle working the count to full. He's going to put a ground ball towards the shortstop. Shortstop's going to bobble it a little bit and go across to first, and he'll get the out. So good second effort by the UFV shortstop. Ends the inning, but not before the TRU Wolfpack score 4 runs to make it a 14-10 score. Going into the top of the 9th, Wolfpack will look to shut down UFV to try and make a miracle comeback here in the 9th. Stay tuned. Looks like Ryan Hutink coming out to the mound for the TRU Wolfpack here to take the bump in the top of the 9th. So some defensive shuffling here a little bit for the top of the 9th. As mentioned, Ryan Hutink comes in to pitch. First pitch will be outside. Hayden Dolly stays behind the plate to catch Hutink's pitches. It's going to be a hard, deep fly ball. It's going to hit the fence in right field. And the UFV batter will lead off the top of the 9th with a double. That ball left the bat in a hurry. So Noah Sarkisian comes into third base. He's his first action of the day here in the top of the 9th. That slides Ryan Petrie back over to first. Middle infield remains the same with Carter Spencer at short and Manny Birch at second. Curveball by Hutink will fall in for a strike. Fielders look the same. That's Cash Talbot out in left, Kai Sheck in center, and Jared Zucro in right. Could be in foul territory. Petrie going over and did his darndest to try and get underneath it. Tried to slide underneath it. Excellent effort by the big first baseman, who I think is feeling the pain of that slide on the dirt now as he walks back to position. Neither team scored any runs in the first 2 innings. UFE drew first blood with 1 run in the top of the third, but the Wolfpack stormed back in the bottom of the third to score 3. Score remained 3-1. Wolfpack threw 4. Cascades tied it up with 2 runs in the top of the 5th. And after 5 innings, it was 3-all. So close through 5, which, if you're thinking about it, it doesn't seem like it's been close for a while. But that's because in the 6th inning, the Cascades blew it open with 4 runs in the top of that inning. Wolfpack had only come back with 1. So a 3-run lead turned into a 7-run lead when the Cascades put 4 runs up in the top of the 7th. Again, the Wolfpack had only come back with 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th, and then they've exchanged 3 and 4 runs here in the 8th. If you're not following along with the calculator, that makes it 14-10. And that ball is going to take a funny hop on Spencer. And he didn't know where it went after it took the hop and ended up going straight up. That'll be an error to the shortstop, I believe. So unfortunate for TRU, who had what was likely a sure out there. Spencer not able to play that hop, and now UFE has runners on the corners. Hutink will get an inside strike. That ball's going to get past Dolly to the backstop. UFV will score the runner from third. Hutink upset with himself on the wild pitch. Grab the ball in anger and he'll walk back. Anger is probably a bit of a stretch, but definitely frustrated with himself there. He'll walk back to the mound and he'll take his spot. Working against the UFV batter, who's looking at a 1-1 count with nobody out. Runner on second. Hutink with another strike. It's going to be a ground ball down the first base line. It's going to hit the first base. Ryan Petrie does a nice job to barehand it. Had to barehand that ball after it skipped up into the air. So some weird hops going on here. This one's very explainable as it hit the bag. Petrie neatly grabbed it out of the air with his bare hand. Tried to throw it to Hutink, who was covering first. But by the time the ball came down into Petrie's hand, they weren't going to get the runner at first. So again, nobody out here in the top of the ninth. Runners on the corners. UFV with a 5-run lead now. Runners going to 2. That'll take off the force. Hutink doesn't throw particularly hard, so they're probably going to be looking to steal any base they can to take off forces. check swing. That has to be a swing. I think they're going to call it a strike. Either a check swing or maybe it's a foul tip. I can't tell by what the umpire said. Either way, it's a strike. Count 1-1. And sure, the batter got out of the way of that one. Hugh Tink, like Hunter Graham, throws a lot of curveballs. Almost every ball that leaves his hand seems to have some sort of a curve to it. That one actually didn't. That one caught, I don't think that caught any of the outside edge of the plate, but the batter, probably expecting it to curve, took a big hack and missed it by a considerable amount. So 2-2 to the batter. Hugh Tink delivers. It's going to be a ground ball towards second. Birch will look the runner back, go to 1 for the textbook out. And Hugh Tink and the Wolfpack have their first out of the inning. Breaking ball comes in high for ball 1. Outside for ball 2. Hugh Tink will get the call on the outside edge, putting the count to 2-1. That one breaks just outside. Batter doesn't chase. Hugh Tink doesn't get the call, so the count now 3-1. That one's going to go down. Oh, nice try by Ryan Petrie. Lays out. That ball's going to go into right field. Ball will come back into Petrie, who made a valiant effort to try and get that ground ball, but to no avail. That scores another run, so 2 runs here in the top of the 9th for UFV, restores a 6-run lead for them. Count 1-2 to the UFV batter. Ball's going to be to the backstop. Runners will come in from third. The runner on first will advance to second. So that wild pitch was the second ball of the at-bat. So 2-2 is the count with 1 out. Runner now on second. 3 runs in here in the top of the ninth. That one's going to be high for ball 3, so the count is full. It's going to be a high fly ball, center field. Kai Sheck camps underneath it pretty much where he was standing to start. And the runner will stay at second, and Sheck gets the ball into the infield. Holding the runner at 2, so with 2 out here, the Cascades maintaining a 7-run lead now with 3 here in the top of the ninth. For pitch walk to the Cascade batter. So runners on first and second with 2 out. That'll bring Chase Martin to the plate. Nice pitch on the outside edge by Hugh Tink to get strike 1. Tink gets the call on the fastball down the middle. 2 nice pitches from Hugh Tink. Both of them fastballs. 1 on the outside edge, 1 down the middle. 1-2 the count to Martin. That curveball is going to go straight back to the screen. They'll keep the count at 1-2. Runners are going, and it's going to be a ground ball. It's going to go off the foot, I think, of Sarkisian. I mean, part glove, part foot. It was a hard ground ball that Sarkisian couldn't handle. Ended up deflecting over towards left field. Spencer came over from the shortstop position and grabbed the ball. And the runner from second, or from third, I guess, scored on the play. So an 8-run lead now for the Cascades. That pitch high and inside. So lots of runs for the Cascades here in the last 5 innings of work. It all started in the 5th when they scored 2 runs. That ended up tying up the game. And then they never really looked back after that. 2 runs, those 2 runs in the 5th tied the game. They then went up 4 runs in the 6th. They scored another 4 runs in the 7th. They scored 3 runs in the 8th, and so far they got 4 runs here in the 9th. It's going to be a line drive out to right field. Jared Sucrose going to make a nice diving catch to end the inning. So the Wolfpack, who fought back to cut their, what was I think, an 8-run deficit, maybe a 7-run deficit when they went into the bottom of the 8th. Cut it to a 4-run deficit, but UFV have patted those 4 runs back on there. So the TRU Wolfpack will need nothing short of a miracle, and one that translates into at least 8 runs here in the bottom of the 9th to keep this game going. Charlie McMurrin into bat here in the bottom of the 9th, seeing his first action of the day. He'll watch outside for ball 1. New pitcher on the mound for UFV, William Marshall in relief of Jason Tamayo.
I'm shocked.
McMurrin quickly building up a 3-0 count. Tamayo pitched 2 innings, allowed 5 runs on 6 hits. Walked 1 batter, struck out 3. And McMurrin will walk on 4 pitches from Marshall. And he'll trot down to first. Cooper Eistetter will come in for his first action of the day. Be low and outside for ball 1 to Eistetter. High for ball 2, so 6 balls in a row thrown by Marshall. Inside for ball 3. And Eistetter will walk on a 4-pitch walk. McMurrin will trot down to second. Eistetter down to first. Catcher will trot out to the mound. Marshall will get a fist bump of confidence from his third baseman. They're likely just trying to get Marshall to take a big, deep breath here and just go back to work, forgetting about the previous 2 batters. Riley Penner coming into bat. It'll be his first action of the day. Penner will watch. Get a call on the outside edge for strike 1.
Riley.
Two strikes in a row from Marshall has Penner down 0-2 in the count. Be a ground ball towards the first baseman. He'll field it cleanly and he'll chuck it back to Marshall, who's covering at first. And they'll get Penner for the first out of the inning, but the runners will advance to third and second, with Matt Plouffe coming to the plate for his first action of the day. Marshall finding a bit of a groove here. That trip to the mound seems to have paid off for the Cascades. Swing and a miss by Plouffe, quickly down 2 strikes. So Marshall, who walked the first 2 batters on 8 straight balls, I think threw 3 out of 4 strikes to Penner. 3 out of 4 pitches were strikes to Penner, and now 2 in a row to Plouffe. That'll be outside. Catcher tries to sell it. I'm not sure what everybody's beaking about from the UFV. Apparently the catcher fooled everybody except for anybody standing behind the catcher. Again outside. So 2-2 to Plouffe. Plouffe, a freshman Wolfpack, as is McMurrin and Eistetter, the other two base runners. This is going to be a high bloop towards second base. Second baseman will stand pat, wait for it to come down, and he'll make the catch for the second out. Jet Sinclair into hit, also a freshman Wolfpack player. Be his first action of the day. So with 2 out, runners at second and third for Sinclair. He swings and misses for strike 1. He'll foul that one back to the screen. So Sinclair down 0-2 in the count. Going to be called strike 3 on the outside edge, and that'll end the game. So the UFV Cascades come back and win the second end of the doubleheader here in convincing fashion, 18-10. Obviously, that means the two teams will split this doubleheader. They'll go back to work tomorrow, not here at Norbrock in Kamloops, but instead at Fairfield in Chilliwack, where they will play the second end of the home-and-home doubleheader for week 3 week number 3 series of the week. Easy for you to say. Wolfpack, after today, go on the road for 10 games in a row. That includes the 2 games I just spoke of tomorrow in Chilliwack. They'll play those 2 games against UFV, and then the following weekend they'll play in Vancouver against the University Baseball Club for a couple of doubleheaders. And then they'll play 4 games out in Edmonton in the week that follows that. So we won't be home here at Norbrock in Kamloops for another roughly 3.5 weeks, which means I won't be driveling away about Wolfpack baseball until they come back home. So congratulations on that. That sounds like a win for everybody. In the meantime, Wolfpack will look to try and improve their record, which currently sits, let me just do some quick math here, 4-0 to start the season. 1-3 makes them 5-3, 6-3, 6-4 here after 2.5 weeks of play, 2.5 series, down 6-4. And they'll look to improve on that tomorrow in Chilliwack, and then again out in UBC. Those UBC games are not weekend games. Just make sure that if you're following Wolfpack baseball, you're keeping a pulse on their schedule. Those are, I believe, are Thursday and Friday games, daytime games in Vancouver. So on that note, thanks for joining us here. It was a beautiful day today at Kamloops. The Wolfpack, unfortunate to have to split this doubleheader. Had a good start to the first half of the second game, but fell apart a little bit in the second, dropping that game convincingly 18-10. And that means that you're up to date in the world of Wolfpack baseball.